S チェブスジャストリサブスクライブド4 55万ズ。
Yo, what's up all you Garo froggies? It's me, Alt, and it's time for Chaos Head, I guess. I kind of took a nap before the start of the stream, and I didn't prepare for the other game that I was gonna play. So we're playing Chaos Head now. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. But that's okay. We finally get to return to Chaos Head, literally everyone's favorite game anyways. So I think it's a good thing. Hold on a minute. Let me get everything ready and I'll read at you for the next 4 hours. 1 second. 4 hours another. Well, okay. So I'm pretty sure we're at the end of the game. I'm pretty sure there's not a lot left. I think this might be the last stream of this route. I think things are gonna happen. I believe. Will Takumi become a better person? Probably not. But things will happen. I bet. Hold on. Where did I put this fucking game? Chaos Head. Noah. Before anyone asks, this is with the patch that changes the translation. That I don't know how it does because I haven't played the original, but I've been told extensively that it is better. So it is installed now. Hold on a minute. There's a lot of preparation that goes into playing this visual novel. So hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. That's almost ready. Almost. Yo, shut the fuck up. Go back to the menu. I don't want anyone getting excited over this Chaos Head stream. Okay? Hey, it's me and Chibi Robo. Hold on. Forgot he was there. Hi friends, I hope you had a wonderful Tuesday. It's time to ruin it with some Chaos Head Noah. Last time I got to chapter 8, and what happened between chapter 6 and chapter 8? Does anyone recall? Nothing. Everyone's mostly chill now. All right, we met all the other Gigalomaniacs, and everyone's kind of friendly now. That's about as far as we've gotten, I think. And the main antagonist, corporation that I currently can't recall the name of because I just woke up, has been revealed. And then there was something about Garo Froggy. All right, you're good. You're good. You know everything now. You know everything. Oh yeah, we spent a lot of time with what's her fucking name? It's stupid. Yuppie. No. Close. Yuppie. Something like that. Yuppie. Kazoopy. Close. I can feel it. The memories are coming back. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Kazoopy. Yeah, it's Kazoopy. Woo! Alright. Is this the most recent one? Hold on. Did I save somewhere weird? I think this is it. Did I make 2 saves? 10 minutes apart at the beginning of chapter 8? What? Huh. Initiated by Momose, a meeting was slated to be held at the Freesha Credit Bureau, a meeting to which Bond was now running nearly half an hour late. More Chaos Head, yeah, baby. It was gonna be Baroque.
ちょっとワンちゃん遅いじゃないの
But I got caught up on which version I was gonna play, and I wasn't sure which one was the better one of the two. So we ended up with none. We ended up with Chaos Head. Momose's angry voice hurtled into him as he entered the office. In response to this, Bond gave a minor shrug, then proceeded to walk up to the desk of Freesia's president with an amiable smile on his face. He had not brought any refreshments. Oh, there was a scene where wait, did that happen in the last, was that the last stream where oh fuck, what's Bond's partner's name? I can't it's been like a month, okay? It's been like a month since we played this. What is his name? Fuck. Oh well. Anyways, Bond's partner is how we're gonna refer to him until I can recall. Went and got Takumi's medical records, I think.
あらつばちゃんは
Sua! There we go. I just had to click once.
Let's go.
Could have not looked like a huge dumbass if I just clicked.
若い子をこき使ってバンちゃんは楽してるわけね
いやいや、俺もちゃんとやってるよ。昨日だって徹夜でいろいろ調べてたんだぜ。
Oh yeah, I'm in the way of every piece of dialogue that ever existed. Hold on. It's another ghost stream. Let me see. It's really bad.
おかげで最近の女子高生の生態についてはかなり詳しくなった。
Why does the text gotta be so long? Why is it gonna be so long? Get rid of some of those words in this fucking visual novel. Trim it up.
あんたね呆れて物も言えないわ
で、こうして俺を呼びつけたってことは、あの子と連絡取れたってこと？
今来てるわ
さすがももちゃん。ちなみに可愛い子かい？
Damn. Momose promptly smacked Bond over the head, stopping his opportunistic grin in its tracks. The sheer speed with which she had turned her wrist made the slap especially fierce.
いつまでもバカなこと言ってんじゃないわよエロ親父
冗談だって。
Before arriving at the building, Bond had made a private request to Momose. It entailed setting up a meeting between him and a certain person connected to the Nugent cases. Rather than anything work-related, it was merely to satiate a personal curiosity. He was not planning on talking about anything related to the Nugent investigations for the time being. And due to his position, Bond could not simply meet with the person on his own, else he would risk drawing the ire of the detectives he was getting ahead of. Momose urged Bond over to the corner of the office. It was a fairly cramped space, almost all of which was already taken up by shelves packed full of files. The location was used as a reception area of sorts, and a pair of love seats had been wedged into the only place they could fit, which for some reason couldn't draw the love seats. Just didn't want to, I guess. Bond entered the section after Momose, and his eyes landed upon a lone girl sitting in one of the love seats. The girl was wearing a Suimei Academy uniform. Her head and shoulders were curved towards the ground, and she looked incredibly haggard.
ごめんね
Oh, is
お待
it,
たせしちゃって
I can't remember any names, yeah. The girl looked up in startlement upon hearing Momose, In the process, her glasses had slipped down her nose a bit, leading her to swiftly readjust them with her finger.
あ、いえ、平気です。
When she saw Bon, her expression turned slightly fearful, before bowing her head in agreement a moment later. Bon felt somewhat hurt by this. He made every attempt to look as non-threatening as possible, in both bearing and appearance. But the girl's reaction made him realize that, despite his best efforts, the ferocity and intimidation, particular to detectives, was seeping out at all times. Looks like I've got a little more practicing to do, he thought, with a bitter amusement as he sat across from Yua. Yua was the girl that was investigating Takumi because she thought he was the Nugent killer, thought that he was sleepwalking, thought that he suffered from DID. She was the one that started bleeding in the earthquake. I don't know what else. What else is she? That's most of. She pretended to be his girlfriend at the beginning for a really long time, until she couldn't handle it anymore.
はい。
亡くなったミヤさんの双子の姉。それで間違いないかな。
She pretended to like Blood Tune. And they went figure shopping together. Yua slightly adjusted her posture, then returned a nod. The first Nugent incident, the group dive, among the 5 high schoolers that had leapt up to their deaths, was a girl named Kusunoki Miya.
まあ、そんな緊張しなさんな。君を取り調べようなんて思っちゃねえんだ。雑談程度に思ってよ。本題に入る前に、ちょっと聞いていいかい？ユアちゃんは妹さんが亡くなったことについてどう思う？
Oh yeah, she mentioned her sister during the earthquake.
ちょっとバンちゃん。
あ、悪いね。職業病ってやつか。気を使うような言い方できなくってな。ただ、気になってたんだ。捜査本部でも話題になってたんだが、楠木美也さんの遺族は奇妙だって。
ばあちゃん
That's so fucking loud. Before Momose could rise to her feet over Bon's insensitive comment, Yua stopped her.
私もおかしいって思いますから。
はあ、
集団ライブで飛び降りた5人には自殺する理由なんてなかった。家族や友人はみんなそう主張している。だがミヤさんの家族だけは違った。
Bon took his fan out from his belt and began cooling himself.
何も主張しなかった。あっさり受け入れたって聞いてる。あまりに何も言わなさすぎて奇妙だったってな。なんでだい？
お父さんもお母さんもミヤちゃんが死んでからおかしくなっちゃったんです。
Anguish seeped from Yua's voice, not face. Voice.
ミヤちゃんの事件の知らせを受
Which
けた
comes
日は
from the face, to be
それでも
fair.
泣いていたんです。
Okay?
お父さんもお母さんもとても辛そうでした。でも次の日の朝、なぜか2人は楽しそうに笑っていたんです。ミヤちゃんが死ぬ前と全く同じに戻ってたんです。たった1日で。私、わけが分からなくて、2人はミヤちゃんのこと忘れようとしてるんじゃないかって思って。そうしたらお父さんが笑いながら、お前に妹なんていないよって。ミヤちゃんが残した洋服とか靴とかを見せても全然取り合ってくれないんです。それはお前のために予備で買ってあったものだって。そうやってお父さんたちはニュースからも警察の話からも目を背けて、 記憶からミヤちゃんのことを消し去ろうとしてるんです。
つまり双子じゃなかったことに。
それで警察にもうちは一人っ子だって言って追い返してたわけか。
私とミヤちゃんは一卵性で、見た目は瓜二つなんですけど、あの子は、妹は親から嫌われていました。あの子はいつも自分の気持ちを押し殺して、私のことを一番に考えてくれていたんです。
As Yua spoke, memories from when Mia had still been alive resurfaced in her mind. I hope they have like I hope they have like 2 JPEGs of her side by side. I think that'd be good. First came a memory from when the two had still been in elementary school. One day, some relatives had brought the girls a single large teddy bear as a present. In contrast to the raw joy Yua displayed, Mia insisted that she did not like stuffed animals, and proceeded to not even so much as to look the plush's way. Both her relatives and parents were upset with Mia for not acting as a child should. But despite Mia's protesting, Yua whispered to her that the two of them could share it, that it could be something they could both treasure. However, in response to her sister's kindness, Mia simply said that she did not want it, and that Yua could have it. About a month later, when Yua had grown tired of the teddy bear, she woke up in the night and happened to witness a certain scene. With an incredibly joyful look on her face, Mia was hugging and talking to the bear plushie. That was the first time Yua had seen her sister so happy. And from this, she realized that her sister's insistence about disliking stuffed animals had been a lie. Mia had been keeping her own feelings hidden, all for the sake of her older sister. Wow. The next day, Yua found a lovely drawing of a bear beneath Mia's pillow. Until her sister had grown tired of the teddy bear, Mia had been hugging and sleeping with the drawing in lieu of it. Really yearning for that teddy bear, I guess. Things very similar to this happened again and again over the 18 years they spent together. For their birthday celebrations, Yua always blew out the candles on the cake. But when Mia was prompted to do it, she would say, "I refuse to do something so ridiculous," angering her parents. Yua advanced to the private high school Suime Academy. Mia, meanwhile, had been misbehaving at school, deliberately scoring low on exams, and therefore moved on to a public high school. Due to the exorbitant fees, their parents would have only been able to afford to send one of them to private school. No matter how hard Yua tried to let her sister have something, Mia would always gain the upper hand and force Yua to be prioritized. To achieve this end, she even intentionally took a dislikable attitude. Okay.
私は結局ミヤちゃんの優しさに甘えて、今まで自分だけいい思いをしてきました。ミヤちゃんがいなくなって初めて、もっとあの子のために何かできることがあったはずだってすごく後悔して、私が代わりに死んであげればよかった。しかも挙句に親に存在そのものを忘れられてしまうなんて、こんなのあんまりです。あんまりにも悲しいです。
Yua, having now reached her limit, could no longer squeeze out any more words. She took off her glasses, pressed her finger to the corners of her eyes, and broke down in tears. Momose sat down beside her and gently rubbed her back.
それでユアちゃんは一人で事件のことを調べていたらしいの。ミヤちゃんに一体何があったのか知るためにね。
そりゃ大変だった。
So what do you got? What do you got?
そして一人の人物を突き止めた。
Bruh, she's gonna throw me under the bus. She's got no evidence. As Momose held Yua's shoulders, She turned her eyes toward Bon.
西条匠くんよ。
Ah, brother.
なるほどね。
Stroking the stubble on his chin, Bon leaned forward from the sofa.
いつだったか西条と追跡劇をしてたっていう女子高生の話を所轄のデカから聞いたんだが、もしかしてユアちゃんだったりする？
Yua nodded apologetically.
ああ、興味あるな。詳しく聞かせてもおうと思ったけどちょっとごめんよ。
With a strained smile, Bon lightly bowed his head to Yua and Momose. His words had been interrupted by the cell phone in his suit pocket. He swiftly took out the phone and checked the screen. Sua's name was displayed across it.
もしもし、どうした？
先輩、7番目っす。
Oh, cool!
なんだと？
Yeah, let's go! Sua's voice sounded strained. The sounds of investigators frantically scurrying about could be heard throughout the phone. Or through the phone, not throughout. Sua must have been at the investigation headquarters.
ニュージェネ第7の事件が
Yeah! Let's go! Bond's eyes opened wide, and his expression turned bitter as his teeth sank into his lip. Sensing the seriousness of the situation from his behavior, Momose and Yua watched the detective with unease.
ガイシャは3人、友人同士らしいっす。3人とも胴体から体が切断されてて、
Yo, badass!
それ
Cool!
ぞれの上半身と下半身を別々に入れ替えて手ぐす、スリットっすね。それで縫い付けられてたっす。
Yo, sick!
それと額にそれぞれ Q、D、N って読める傷が。
QDN.
何かのメッセージか？
さあ、そこまでは。それと気になることが。
What could that be?
司法解剖の結果分かったんですけど、
Oh, if you rearrange it, it could stand for No Dairy Queen. The autopsy found something pretty
ガ
interesting.
イシャの胴体の切断具はノコギリとか包丁とかそういう刃物で切断されたものじゃないって。
どういう意味だ？
なんか強い力で引きちぎられたそうっす。
引きちぎられた。
Bon repeated Sua's words back to him with a low groan, then roughly scratched his head with the handle of his fan.
まるで怪獣だな。あるいは最近流行りの魔法使いとかな。
Yeah, like one of those wizards.
それマジで言ってんすか？映画オタクの自分でもさすがにその意見には同意しかねるっす。
なんなら例えだバカ。映画らさっさと捜査に戻れ。
After barking the order at Sua, Bond ended the call. Cool. Was that the three from the park with or not the park when we went to the stairs? Now that it was November, I had a feeling that the sun was already setting much earlier than before. By the time that Rimi and I started heading home together after school, a faint orange was already staining the sky.
ごめんね。
Oh yeah, Rimi met up with Shogun too. Despite being silent up until now, Rimi abruptly apologized.
たく、いろいろ大変だったんでしょ。
It was the first time I'd gone home with Rimi in a while. I was genuinely really happy that she came back. She'd even been the one to initiate it, saying, "Let's walk home together." Since we'd only gone home together no more than twice, I'd secretly been worried that it would never happen again. However, that turned out not to be the
一
case.
緒にいてあげられなくてごめん。知り合いが例の地震で怪我しちゃってずっと面倒見てたから。
Even though I hadn't asked, Rimi was kind enough to explain herself to me. Though, to be frank, almost all of Rimi's words were going in one ear and out the other. The bandage. The bandage I'd seen on Nanami's wrist at lunch break. It had been burned into my eyes and refused to go away.
しかして怒ってる？
In the end, I'd failed to say anything to Nanami. I'd been too scared. Even though Nanami was my little sister, even though I was Nanami's older brother, that's how that works, yep. Something had just felt unbelievably strange, and I had no idea what it was. The nurse had said that Nanami had no injuries. That Nanami, that hand that Shogun had delivered to my base had disappeared from the fridge without a trace. It all had to have been a delusion. But if that was true, why had Nanami's right wrist been wrapped in a bandage? Though it is possible that I was just overthinking it, and that she had gotten burned or stung by something, or got some other stupid minor injury that didn't matter at all. Yeah, that was probably it. That was the most logical answer. But even now, I was still too scared to check. Even after failing to save her, I was still just pacing around doing nothing, and even trying to talk to her. Not even trying to talk to her. My very own sister. I really was the worst brother ever.
ねえタク、おい、もしもし。
No! I'm talking in my head to
言ってよ。
myself.
無視されるのって結構傷ついちゃうな。
Huh? What? I looked over at Rimu, who seemed weirdly disheartened.
あ、
What the fuck you talking about?
え、
もしかして私の話聞いてなかった？
Nope. After hesitating for a second, I nodded. And the moment I did, Rimi jabbed my cheek with her forefinger.
石、てっきり無視されたかと思ったよ。紛らわしいことしない。
Ow, you just jabbed your nail into my cheek.
あ、大丈夫？
Rimi finally stopped poking me, and out came those words I heard so often from her. Words of worry and concern. Words that I heard from Rimi again and
お
again.
昼ぐらいから顔色良くないよ。元気もないみたいだし。もしかして誰かにひどいこと言われた？だったら私に教えて。怒ってきてあげるから。
She was acting like an older sister, or a guardian even. Rimi was just a hopeless meddler. Well, that's been obvious from the moment that she given an otaku freak like me the time of day. I was grateful to her for being worried about me. Before now, I'd either bottled up my worries deep inside, or posted them anonymously on @channel. Should I tell her about what happened with Nanami? But when I told her about the D-sword that one time, she hadn't believed me at all. Then again, that would be the natural response from anyone sane. So if I were to tell her about Nanami, she'd probably either A, be speechless, or B, just laugh in my face. And if that was true, there really was no point in telling her. All I needed was for her to stay by my side. It'd be better to bring up the topic with Kozupi. Kazupi. There we go. Kazupi. Or Sena instead. Where's Kazupi? Mere moments after stepping foot into my base, Rimi muttered that exasperation. And yet, paradoxically, she seemed to be smiling happily as well. Weird.
変わってないな。この部屋の汚さがまさにタクって感じ。
If you're gonna be like that, then just clean it. Yeah, just clean my room. Be my guest. With a sigh, I turned on my PC.
ちょっとちょっと。
Yeah, clean my fucking room already.
パソコン？
Jesus Christ.
友達が来てるんだから少しはおもてなししてあげようっていう気持ちにはならないのかな。
You can watch me play video games, okay?
ねえ、お話ししようよ。
I don't wanna. After hitting me with such an unreasonable demand, Rimi sat down on the sofa. How do you save in this? I've forgotten. Oh no. Hold on, I gotta save because I pressed some buttons and now it's auto going through the dialogue. And I don't know how to undo it. It's currently set to skip, and I don't know what's the buttons to fix that. Help. Force skip is Q. Skip page right. Okay. E. Got it. As much as I'd gotten used to talking with Remy, since I had a lot more cases to do so recently, or chances, I still doubted I'd even last 5 minutes. Green it is. Moreover, my head was already fully occupied with the stuff about Nanami, so I very much didn't feel up for a casual conversation. So I resorted to just ignoring her. I sat down in my chair, all while remaining painfully aware of my own worthlessness. I want to check out the Epic Finds folder. I sensed Remy moving behind me. The rustling of her clothes was growing closer.
だから、無視しないでよ。
Before I had the chance to turn around, I was embraced from behind. A gentle floral scent hit me. My back was struck by the soft sensations of Remy's breasts.
寂しいよ。そういうことされると。
A little bit of a Sue face. He does kind of look like he's melting, just a little. I must have been running away from reality again, giving myself a delusion that was a lot easier to swallow than the real world. Upon thinking that, the sheer emptiness I felt overpowered any lust I may have had. I was no longer able to enjoy the delusion anymore. Rather than taking her and pinning her down on the bed, I decided to throw out all the things I could have only voiced in a delusion such as this.
僕だって寂しかった。辛かったんだ。リミがこの1週間全然連絡くれなくて。
I could feel the movements of Remy's body directly against my back. Her chest faintly rose and fell with every breath. As obvious as the fact may have been, it reminded me that Remy truly was alive.
ごめん。一緒にいてあげられなくてごめん。
Remy tightened her embrace around me.
私の中でもまだ迷いがあって。どうしたらいいかわからなくて。
Girl, I'm trying to look at my Seraton!
考え
Leave
て
me
みようと
alone!
思って。
Doubts? Like what? What could she have been talking about?
そもそも私タクと一緒にいていいのかなとか、このままの関係を続けるべきなのかなとか。でもね、このままじゃきっとダメなんだ。それじゃ何も救えない。ねえタク、私が最初に願ったのはさ、一つだけだった。なのにどうして私は際限なく望み続けちゃうんだろうね。あの空を見つけた時に私は
I had no idea what Remy was talking about. Nor did I know how to respond to it. Silence enveloped us. Alright, that's cool, I guess. I could hear Remy's gentle breaths close to my ear. But no matter how long I waited for her to end it with some silly punchline, none ever came in the wafting silence. Was it possible that this wasn't a delusion? The moment I considered that, a wave of anxiety ran through me. In reality, Remy was hugging me. She was pressing tightly against me. That realization alone nearly destroyed any sense of reason I had. I had a feeling that, in a situation like this, If I pinned Remy to the bed, she'd let me have her way, or my way with her. With a gulp, I...
メールだよ、ボケナス。
I gotta check my email.
何？
Remy let go of me in a surprise, and the tender sensation vanished along with her. A complicated mix of both relief and disappointment spread through my chest. Wait a second. Remy had just heard my Seraton notification tone. Oh god, how embarrassing. When I opened my email software, I saw 3 messages from Grimm telling me to join the chat room. Yo, hop on Baselard. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't really chatted with Grimm recently. We used to talk online pretty much every day. But since I've been refraining from playing ESO, it's been around 10 days since we last talked. Yo. Hey, Neidhart-kun. I've been waiting for you, because there's another new gen. ASCII art. A picture drawn on an online forum using only characters or symbols, including the ASCII character set, also known as text-based art. Thanks. What are you even talking about? Insert ASCII art here. New gen, dude. WTF do you think I'm talking about? How exactly do we go from new gen to new gen? New generation, new gen, new gen, new gen. Come on, that shit's obvious. Use common sense, FFS. More importantly, there's a 7th case.
どうしたの？
Likely having noticed my gasp, Remy stood up and walked over to me. She peeked over my shoulder at the monitor.
第7の事件。
It happened again. Another new gen. How long was this damn thing gonna go on for? Was I next? Would I be the victim of the 8th case? The 9th?
タク、気にすることないよ。何も怖いことなんてない。タクは狙われたりなんかしない。全部タクの被害妄想。ね。
That was completely baseless encouragement. You can't calm me down with such weak sauce shit, Remy! Anxiety aside, Grimm was pretty much the new gen news guy at this point. He'd been keeping me in the loop about basically everything. And now, he was going out of his way to link a bunch of blog posts and news articles about it. Seemed like he really wanted me to take a look. Biting my lip, I reluctantly clicked the first link. Just gotta do some new gen doom scrolling real quick. 7th new gen case dubbed the Dokun Puzzle. On November 4th at approximately 4:50 a.m., the dead bodies of 3 men were discovered hanging from an iron pole near a railroad in Shibuya. The deceased had been identified as 19-year-old Fujita Kohei, unemployed 20-year-old blah, 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 college student, they don't matter. A construction worker. I think these are the same guys. I think they're the same guys that they fought in Shibuya. Oh, it's easy to read now. Carved into each body were the letters D, Q, N, respectively. The police are investigating the possibility that this may be a message left behind by the culprit. On the popular anonymous online message board @channel, images of the incident were leaked prior to the official coverage of events. It was already been accepted that the 7th case of the new Generation Madness, also known as New Gen, and it was christened the Dokun Puzzle, due to the manner in which the top and bottom halves of the corpses were recombined. Notably on Hatchan, the term Dokun means an individual lacking basic common sense. Regarding the serial New Gen cases, the mourning families of the victims have been taking legal action against some particularly offensive posts on @channel, a move which has sparked fierce debate online. Oh. New Jin FTW. Wait, it says Dokyun? Lamau? Literally zero connection to the other cases. Police are dumb as fuck. Raffle? You trying to say it's one of us anti-Dokyuns? With their lower bodies swapped around and shit. It's like a puzzle, but with corpses. If only I could trade in my upper body for some alphas. Lamau. Our Esper boy Nishijou will sniff out the perp for us anytime now, lol. New Jin Newsbearer. Yup. That's it? That's all they got?
東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3人の他殺死体が鉄柱に吊り下げられているのを通りかかった新聞販売員の男性が発見しました。警察の調べによりますと、殺されたのは
Yeah, they solved the
いずれ
puzzle.
も渋谷区に住む
It wasn't no Dairy Queen.
大学生の安沢三郎さん、
We'll get him next
飛び
time.
職の高木亮さんの3人です。3人とも胴体の部分が切断され、それぞれの上半身と下半身が別々に入れ替えられて糸で縫合されていました。3人の額にはそれぞれ謎の傷がつけられており、警察では犯人からのメッセージではないかとみて調べています。渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が
Hold on,
高
I
いと
gotta
みて
disappear
捜
even
査を
further
続け
for
てい
just
ま
a
す。
second. Okay, sorry. At the end of the news clip, photographs of the 3 victims were shown. I had seen those faces before.
ああ、あいつらだ。
知ってるの？
昨日僕に絡んできた。
I'd given them my wallet, but they kicked my ass anyways. I'd then fallen unconscious, and when I woke up, Kozupi was beside me. The 3 of them had collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. I dug my wallet out of my pocket and stared at it intently. When I came to, Kozupi had been carrying it. She'd given it back to me soon after. Could the person who'd killed those 3 be? It was Kozupi! No, definitely not. Okay, it's not Kozupi. The last time I'd seen them, they'd been beaten to a pulp and covered in blood, but they hadn't been cut in half or anything. Which would mean they'd been killed after I want to say Kozupi said it. Kozupi and I left. It had to have been Shogun. That wrinkly asshole was trying to provoke me. Damn it. He really was committed to driving me insane. Just how far was he willing to go? I wanted to vomit. I clutched my stomach as it churned in pain. Who... was I next? Would I be next to die? Yep.
終了。
A hand reached out from behind me and pushed the power button on the monitor. The screen went pitch black. Oh.
落ち着いて。気にすることないよ。ただの偶然だって、きっと。
Why was Remy acting so ridiculously optimistic? This couldn't possibly be just a series of coincidences.
それより、お腹空いちゃった。ねえ、私が行きつけのお店があるんだけど、そこにご飯食べに行かない？安くて美味しいんだよ。私が保証する。まあ、お客さんはおじさんが多いから、私みたいのが一人で行くのはちょっと恥ずかしいけどね。あ、それと、駅の中に入らなくちゃいけないんだった。渋谷駅のコーナーにあるから。ちなみに、山手線内回りと外回りのホーム、どっちにもあるんだけど、私は断然内回りの方が好き。
Food, huh? I really didn't have much of an appetite right now. It felt like Shogun was holding a knife straight to my throat. Like he was saying, I can kill you whenever I please. Please, just let me go. What had I done to deserve this? I couldn't take it anymore. Oh well, let's go get some food. Kishimoto Ayase was lying in the hospital bed, idly gazing out the window. No bars lined the outside of it, a fact which set it apart from those at Arkhart Medical, where Ayase had stayed in the past. All that stood past the window's frame was the landscape of Shinjuku, decorated by skyscrapers and illuminated by the sunset. Yeah, she appeared for like a couple frames and then it's gone. Flocks of pigeons soared freely through the sky, flapping their wings to their heart's content. Every now and then she would gaze upon this sight with a pained expression. Her slightly tired eyes were empty and bleak. Her irises reflected nothing. Her lips, which could let flow a voice so beautiful, it shook the youth of Shibuya, were now sealed tight. Not even so much as a hum escaped from them. Following her suicide attempt, an event which caused quite the turmoil, she had been admitted to the psychiatric ward of a large hospital in Yoyogi. Her injuries were already nearly healed. According to the doctors, it had been nothing short of a miracle that she'd been able to survive a fall from that height, let alone with barely even a scratch. However, she did indeed hit her head fairly hard, and as such, she had been rushed to the hospital, primarily so that they could see how the situation would develop. It had already been a week since then. However, despite her having been admitted for such a reason, all it seemed to entail was a few rudimentary tests taken in every couple of days or so. Beyond that, she had been rather neglected. Her hospital room was private, with no other beds inside it. Ever since her stay had begun, her D-Sword had been leaning against the window. It constantly emitted a blue light, yet nobody who visited her had ever seemed to notice. Not that there had been many visitors to begin with. Phantasm fans would attempt to force their way into the room daily, but as they always caused a disturbance in the process, the hospital had an excuse to forbid them from visiting her. And since Ayase was somewhat detached from her family, there were almost no others who came to visit her. Her fellow band members had made an appearance once, but Ayase used that opportunity to announce her decision for the band to break up. They had not contacted her again since.
岸本さん、体温計ピピってなりました？
A nurse wearing white scrubs opened the door to the room, then swiftly entered. Ayase slowly turned to look at the nurse's face, then took out the thermometer that had been resting under her arm. It was as if she just only remembered its presence. The nurse took a look at the recorded temperature shown on the digital screen, took note of it on a clipboard she had brought with her.
37度1分とちょっと熱っぽいかしら。ズキズキするわ。頭。
Ayase grimaced in pain once again.
あら、また頭痛？でもそれは薬の副作用よ。気にしなくてもそのうち良くなりますよ。
Having recorded her temperature, the nurse consoled Ayase with a kind smile. Her expression was so gentle, it was clear to see that she was able to put. It was clear to all how she was able to put her patients at ease. What a nice nurse! And yet, despite the nurse's attempts, Ayase simply pushed her hand against her forehead, so she took it back. As she shook it back and forth. There we go. Ayase had been plagued by mild headaches ever since she had first been hospitalized. They were not especially painful, but they still left her with an uncomfortable feeling that refused to go away. One that felt as if her brain itself was convulsing. It even reached the point where her ability to think was impaired. As well as this, her body would feel as heavy as lead. Ayase had experienced such symptoms in the past, namely when she had been institutionalized at Arkhart Medical. Back then, her head had constantly been split apart by painful headaches, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It deprived her of all sleep and emotional stability. Those were the memories she did not want to resurface. The past she had sealed away, the events of around 2 years ago. And yet her headaches was causing them to flash back into her mind once more. Plip. In them, a dark room, a single window locked behind bars. Apart from the wall which at a window, that the window stood, the rest of the walls were covered with mirrors. Ayase had been placed in the center of the room, sat in a crude steel chair. She was wearing headgear with countless cables protruding from it. Her hands were tied to the back of the chair. Her head was locked in place with her chin tilted slightly upwards. Not another soul was present in the room. Thus, all that could be heard were the sound of Ayase's labored breathing and the metal groans of the chair she shat upon. She shat on it. Saliva trickled down from the corners of her mouth, accompanied by moans akin to those of a beast's. If anyone were to hear them, they would have never been able to guess that they would be coming from a girl as young as her. She was being tortured. Slow, methodical torture. One that made very, very little sound. The method only involved one single thing. Not even an action. A drop of water falling from above onto her forehead. Every 5 seconds on the exact same spot. That's all it took. And it would continue unrelentingly for 2 full days. The result? Ayase could think only of the drop that would fall next. Her senses were sharpened to their limits. And each time a drop fell onto her forehead, another hallucination would be born. One in which each and every nerve across her body was plucked out one by one. One in which the bones of her entire skeleton crumbled to dust. One in which her head was pierced by a long, sharp awl. One in which all liquids within her body, including her blood, froze to ice. One in which the skin lining her entire body slowly rotted away before eventually peeling off. Assailed without end by these sensations, Ayase could no longer maintain her sanity. So how did that work out? Did the treatment work? Returning to her senses, she breathed erratically as she tightly gripped the sheets lining the bed. Her body trembled as those dark memories of hers resurfaced in her mind. The nurse that... Oh, she blushing? She's got a fever. She has a fever. The nurse that had been in her room just a moment ago was already gone. Dinner time had just arrived at the hospital, and the clamorous sounds that came from it resounded from down the hall. Ayase tried to recall the words the nurse had spoken to her right before leaving. Was her headache really just a side effect of the drug she was on? Or had it been caused by her hitting her head, perhaps? Or perhaps it was just a hallucination brought forth by her past memories? She was unable to come to a decision. Or decisive conclusion. Wiping away the sweat that ran down her forehead, Ayase called forth a smile laced with self-loathing.
構わないわ。今さら何をされたって。あれはあの神罰を耐え抜いたんだから。もう迷わない。私は。
Murmuring in perhaps delirium, Ayase soon became aware of a sound reverberating throughout the hall. The comforting sound of shoes stepping on the linoleum floor. It was certainly not being made by a nurse, and the sound of footsteps was heading right for the room she was in. Someone knocked on her door, and she sealed her lips tight.
失礼します。
This motherfucker. That someone was but a single man. He had come bringing gifts, namely a large basket filled with all manner of fruits. Oh my god, he's so tiny too! Get away, small man! She could recognize the man, which was far from a good sign. Thus, she stared at him with a dubious glare.
どうも。あ、別に怪しいもんじゃないっすよ。自分は。
知ってるわ。
The man was a detective at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He had once shadowed Ayase, and she was originally a suspect for the Nugent case. The detective, relieved by her response, scratched his head. His demeanor was unendingly casual.
いやー嬉しいっす。君みたいな美人に覚えててもらえて。記憶力いいんすね。
The detective moved closer to her bed. Ayase briefly glanced at her D-sword leaning against the window. It lay just outside her reach. Alright, get him.
今
Do
日
it.
はお見舞いに来たんすよ。
そうは思えないわ。目的は
鋭いっすね。
The detective flinched very overtly, his reaction perhaps bordering on theatrical.
まあちょっと綾瀬ちゃんに聞きたいことがあって。あ、これよかったら食べてほしいっす。
The detective smiled innocently, presented the basket he brought with him, then placed it at Ayase's feet without waiting for approval.
うまいっすよ。あと高かったと。
いらない。
まあそう言わずせっかく買ってきたんで。後でお母さんが来た時にでも切ってもらって。あ、しまった。綾瀬ちゃんはもう何年も両親に会ってないんだったっすね。
Despite the detective's insensitive remark, Ayase felt nothing in response to it. Her ties to her parents had been cut from a very young age. Her parents had a reputation to uphold, so a child that often caused problems like Ayase had been inconvenient to them, to say the least. Her only remaining contact with him was the wire transfer she received from her for her living expenses each month, though it could hardly be called that.
申し訳ないっす。
The detective apologized, bowing down hastily. Ayase had only just gotten over the shock caused by her flashback, so she was in no mood to speak with him. Nonetheless, she urged herself to talk all the same.
聞きたいことって何？アリバイ？
違うっすよ。それは前に散々聞いたし。もう綾瀬ちゃんの容疑は晴れたっす。君は白、真っ白。
Oh, cool.
目星はついたの？犯人の。
それは教えられないんすよ。捜査上の秘密っす。
匠。
秘密っす。
The detective smirked. He was attempting to laugh the question away. And yet something unrefined could be seen through the cracks of that smile.
しかし西条くんは不思議な少年っすね。
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
彼を見ていると殺人の容疑者にはとても見え
I
ない。
don't know.
もしあれで本当に犯人だったとしたら、まさに人の皮をかぶった悪魔っす。
まだ容疑者なのね、彼。
いや、そういうわけじゃないっすよ。
The detective casually denied it with a smile, putting Ayase's persistent questions to rest.
ああ、今の話誰にも言っちゃダメっすからね。情報漏洩すると上司に怒られるんすよ。まあ当然なんすけど、この前も先輩のとばっちりで怒られたばっかで。綾瀬ちゃんも一度会ってると思うんすけど、覚えてるかな。バンさんっていう髪がボサボサで武将髭生やしたおっさんでか。
Ayase did remember him. When she had been questioned, the older detective had been more talkative than the younger one she was conversing with now. His way of speaking had been a lot more assertive as well.
あの人がすぐこのバカって怒鳴るんすよ。そのくせ自分は本来の捜査をせずに、なんだかわけのわからないことばっか調べてて、挙句の果てに自分まで無理やり付き合わされて、最近胃が痛いんすよね。いや、まあ根はいい人っすし、勘が異常に鋭い人で、過去にも何事件をいくつか解決に導いたらしいんすけどね。
その話をするためここに来たのは。
Ayase interrupted the man, and his smile quickly soured.
ああ、いや、申し訳ないっす。つい愚痴入っちゃったっすね。 今の話は全面的に内緒にしてほしいっす。諏訪守、一生のお願いっすよ。
それで
一つ目はなんであんなことを？
Despite his ambiguous phrasing, Ayase could tell that he was referring to her diving off the school rooftop.
もう何度も話したわ、他の刑事さんに。
邪神王グラジオールの復活を阻止するためですか？
死ぬつもりなんてなかった。魂を一つ上のステージに持っていこうとしただけよ。
例の若者の間で話題になった君の歌についても似たようなこと言ってたっすよね。
And that was the second question he had for her. Ayase let out a faint sigh.
ニュージェネのことを歌ったものなんかじゃないわ、あの詩は。グラジオール記黙示録詩編のインスピレーションを受けて作った第3章102節よ。
Gladiol Book of Psalms and Revelation. Fictional, a high fantasy novel based on the Eastern European myth of Gladiol, the wicked-hearted king. With the saga in its entirety being told over the course of 23 volumes, it depicts the battle between the 7 Black Knights and Gladiol. It was written by R.C.O. Ziegler from 1929 to 1951. The series had been translated into several languages, but had never gained widespread appeal due to its rather esoteric writing style. Ziegler's other works related to Gladiol mythos include the Gladiol Book of Kings and Wicked Hearts, Apostolic Letter, and more. All of these works are collectively referred to as the Gladiol Saga.
世界に邪神王グラジオールが現れようとしている。復活を阻止するにはグラジオールが流した黒い血によって作られた7つの杭が必要。杭は剣へと形を変え、神罰を乗り越えた7人の黒騎士の手に渡る。目には目を、歯には歯を。邪神を背負いし人間だけが邪神王を滅ぼせるのよ。
なんか映画みたいっすね。そういう壮大な設定は好きっす。
Ayase glared at the detective in response to his comment.
設定じゃないわ、現実よ。
じゃあ最後の質問っす。
The detective casually brushed away Ayase's objection, though she was all too used to this form of dismissal by now. Not a single person she had told this story to thus far had believed it.
君や西条くんの他にも水明の生徒について何人か洗ったんすけどね。
The detective mumbled something to himself as he folded his arms. This was very obviously another act of theatrics, and Ayase had no intention of commenting on it.
何？
すごくバカバカしい質問なんすけど、刑事が質問するようなことじゃないんすよね、本当は。子供じみてるっていうか。
そう、質問する気がないなら出て行って。頭が痛いの。
ああ、いや実はね、バンさんが妙なことを言い出してるんすよ。君たちは魔法使いなんじゃないかって。
Upon hearing that the subject of that remark was plural, Ayase raised her eyebrows in suspicion.
違いますよね。
使えるわ。
As she replied, Ayase's line of sight was directed not towards the man but towards her hand that lay atop her bed sheets.
綾瀬ちゃんって面白い子っすね。
でもニュージェネはグラジオールの騎士とは無関係。
ああ、そうっすか。
Oh, okay, good.
まあどうでもいいんすけどね。
Have I ever streamed Obscure, the PS2 one? I don't think I have. I'm aware of it. I don't think I have. The detective, completely disinterested in what Ayase had just said, brushed off her words once again, then began to stretch. What the fuck? Oh, the moment he did so, a digital sound suddenly cut through the silence of the room. The detective, surprised by this interruption, reached into the pocket of his suit and took out his cell phone.
まずった。病院って携帯禁止なんですよね。電源オフにしておくの忘れてた。うわ、しかも女からだし。付き合って4年になるラブラブの彼女がいるんすよ。
He turned his phone off with a grin, forcing the caller to hang up. He then turned to Ayase once more.
綾瀬ちゃんは映画見るっすか？スパークウォーズって知らない？
Spark Wars!
それに出てくるダーススパイダー伯爵のテーマなんす。今のメロディー。
Huh. Ayase had no interest in movies, nor anything of the sort. Having long since decided that she had no obligation to further entertain the detective's questioning, she returned to gazing silently outside the window.
実は自分スパークウォーズオタクなんすよ。あ、興味ないっすか？そりゃ失礼したっす。じゃ、自分はこれで。
With that, the detective concluded the conversation, with which he had no partner, then left the hospital room. Oops. Ayase did not even turn to watch him go. With the man gone, all that reflected in her eyes was the twilight sky slowly turning indigo. Darth Spider?
このボケナス、ずっと待ってたんだからね。あなたのことなんか大嫌い。でも大好き。
I stared in a daze at Seiran as she moved around the monitor. The final episode of Blood Tune had aired deep into last night. The story was gradually getting more and more intense, and the ep had received particularly high praise on @channel. This was the third time I'd seen it, but none of it was really sticking with me. I checked the time and saw it was past 10 p.m. Remy had left around 8. While she'd been here, she'd encouraged my depressed self in many ways, and she said so many nice things to me. Thanks to her being by my side, I felt less lonely today than the entire week prior. That being said, Remy still wasn't talking about the situation all that or taking the situation all that seriously. It felt almost like she was avoiding talking about Nugent entirely. Maybe she was just done with it. With me. Her friend had been hurt in the earthquake, and it sounded like she already had a lot on her plate with just that. She probably just didn't have any room left to bother with me and my problems. But the issue with that was, while yes, I was probably way too paranoid, there was no doubt that this was a genuinely dangerous situation. I could be killed today, even. Shogun had been coming after me all this time. Persistent and even to begin to cover it. If I could just understand what he was doing or why he was doing it, then I could work out some countermeasures.
そういえば、あのおじさん、別れ際にこんなこと言ってたのら。中でも一番特別なのは、その目、誰の目を産み落とした少年。
Whose eyes are those eyes? You can hear those words all over Shibuya by now. On the net, it becomes synonymous with the culprit. It was a phrase I'd used pretty often for a really long time. It was without a doubt a message from Shogun, who knew that either that or an intentional way of provoking me. When had I first started using that phrase? It felt like someone had taught it to me. I vaguely remember the first time I'd used it. It was an essay I'd written back in elementary school. The title was the very same phrase. Whose eyes are those eyes? I'd almost completely forgotten what I'd actually written in it. I wanted to check now. What had I written in that essay? It was probably stored at my parents' place, though I had a feeling they might have thrown out the old thing away by now. Then again, when it came to things that were pretty important to me as a kid, I did have a habit of storing them in a big empty candy tin I used to call my treasure box. The essay could potentially have been in there. What do I do? Should I go to my parents? But I didn't want to show my face to Nanami. I wouldn't know what to say.
はあ、僕はどうしようもなくヘタレだ。
I sluggishly rose from my seat, then collapsed onto the sofa.
これは違うんだからね。私は別にさ、立ち食いそばが好物なわけじゃないさ。何ニヤニヤしてんの？このボケナス。もう怒った。うなれ！侍コンデンサー！
This is the final episode. Lying face up, I gaze at the ceiling while ignoring Sarah's protesting. That dreary bare steel ceiling. Unlike my room at my parents' house, there wasn't a single groove in the ceiling that looked like a person's face. Suddenly, in the corner of my vision, I noticed a familiar tin sitting by the Arrowgate packages piled up on my loft bed.
あれって。
I hurriedly stood up and climbed the ladder to get a closer look. It was a reddish-brown rectangular tin, about the size of a B5 piece of paper. The word shortbread was written on the lid in white letters. There was no mistaking it. It was my treasure box. I must have brought it from my parents' place, though I definitely didn't remember doing so. GJ me, always thinking ahead. I quickly grabbed the tin and opened the lid. Inside were a few test answer sheets, essays, scraps of paper torn out from sketchbooks, and so on. It was mostly all paper, but there were still a couple of small objects in there. I took all the pages from the tin at once, then began flipping through them for my target. It didn't take long to find. After all, it was at the very top. The essay paper had faded in color. The handwriting, not even a mother could call it good. Oh, that looks better than mine, bro. Come on. Could this essay be hiding some kind of important secret? Something Shogun was particularly exploiting? Something that had to do with why the homeless man had referred to me as the most special. With a gulp, I began to read it one word at a time, being careful not to overlook anything. Whose eyes are those eyes? Nishijo Takumi, Class 4-3. I dream a lot. In my dreams, older me visits me in a time machine. He doesn't look like me at all. His time machine has a lot of buttons. I think if you push one, a shower or some shampoo or something comes out. I asked older me how it works, and he said you could go see dinosaurs, or even go back to when cavemen were around. He asked me why I'm bad at school, and I said I'm bad at math. He told me there was a switch that could make me really good at math. I tried to push it once, but he got mad. He said that I had to work hard and get better by myself. That was the only time he got mad at me. After he stopped being mad, he was super nice, so I was happy. He told me about the girl I was gonna marry. That's a secret. I asked him about God. He told me that God's real. I think he's real too. My mom said that God is always watching, and he'll make you go to hell if you do bad things. So I can absolutely never do bad things. I have to be nice to my little sister, too. Mom told me God doesn't want you to do bad things, but that it's a scary man instead. The scary man is the whose eyes are those eyes monster. He makes you go to hell if he sees you. God's eyes are whose eyes are those eyes. God's eyes and whose eyes are those eyes are in the sky, the ceiling, the walls, and there's a lot of them in my school, and they're watching me no matter what. So I think I have to do a lot of good things like studying and other stuff because of that. It's embarrassing though because they watch me even when I do things like go to the toilet or take a bath. Also, ever since I was little, I could close my eyes and dream sometimes even though I wasn't sleeping. It was like the inside of my head was like a video game or manga. But when I do that, the whose eyes are those eyes monster comes out. So I don't want to do that. I asked my mom and she told me not to do it. But while I'm writing this essay, I asked older me in my dreams to tell me more about the time machine, but he said I knew everything. He wouldn't tell me more stuff because I'm just a kid. So from now on, I want to do lots of good things so I can beat whose eyes are those eyes. The end. Concerning.
なんだかよくわからないな。
This would have been around the time that I first started feeling God's gaze. Maybe I was going through some sort of phase back then. Either way, trying to understand anything from this extremely cryptic essay was beyond impossible. It felt like it'd be easier to decipher a bunch of hieroglyphs than it would be trying to figure out what the hell I'd been talking about. As I thought about that, I noticed that something was scribbled on the back of the page. Come to think of it, hadn't I loved doodling back then? Yeah, like in my social studies textbooks, the pictures of historic figures would always have mustaches or sunglasses drawn on them, and my notebooks would always have flipbook-esque animations drawn in the corners. Back then, I started enjoying drawing more and more, to the point where I'd even got my parents to buy me a sketchbook. Although, to clarify, it wasn't like my drawings were anything to write home about. Immersing myself in nostalgia, I turned the essay over to check what I'd scribbled on it. It was an incomprehensible drawing. But while it was definitely incomprehensible, there was still something familiar about it. Something I'd seen recently.
IR2
Whether it was a mathematical formula, had some kind of meaning, or was just a meaningless string of numbers and letters, I had no idea. But this formula, it was the exact same one Shogun had posted out of nowhere, back when he first come in contact with me in the chat room. Whose eyes are those eyes? And IR2. Two key things that come to from the essay I'd written many years ago. Things that even myself had forgotten. And if Shogun knew them, that would mean that he'd been reading my mind after all. Hold on a second. That he'd been reading my mind after all. That's really weird phrasing, I guess. Anyways, let me save the game real quick. I gotta get some water so I don't die and crumble to dust. I'll be right back. Hey, what's up, friends? I am here. I hope you are equally hydrated. Here in chapter 8, still a lot of questions, a lot of new questions. I guess I have no idea what this fun, I don't remember the exponent. Fun times int equals IR2, no clue what that is. I don't, am I supposed to know? Literally means nothing to me. Anyways, hi, I'm back here. Let me save. Okay. Hey, what's up, Bon? With the Freesia reception room, or rather the narrow space partitioned off by a few shells being used as one, Bon sat deep in concentration, scanning through a number of files. Opposite to him sat Yua, huddled up and making herself small. She had been taking frequent glances at Bon in an attempt to read his expression. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared almost like a child showing their parent the report card. Bon was currently reading the report of everything Yua had investigated concerning the Nujin cases in Nishijo Takumi. It would also include a chat log between Takumi and Shogun from the day prior to the crucifixion case. As a result of her findings, Yua had concluded that Takumi was undoubtedly the true culprit behind the Nujin cases.
すごいわね。これ全部一人で調べたの？
はい、一応。
Yua hung her head apologetically in response to Momose's praise. She stared at the Garo Froggy straps hanging from the bag below her feet. Garo Froggy? She was speaking with a detective and the boss of an investigation firm. In terms of investigating, they were as professional as one could get. Compared to their prowess, information gathered by the investigation of an ordinary high school girl would be akin to childish scribblings. And yet, despite the supposed gap, Bon and Momose found themselves both impressed by the quality of the report.
なかなかいい着眼点だ。よく調べたな。とりわけこの西條匠の多重性ってのが興味深い。西條匠は多重人格であり、オリジナルとなった西條匠の人格が眠っている時、つまり他の人格が活動中に事件を起こしている。本当に面白いわ。まあでもちょっとばかり現実離れしすぎてるかな。
刑事さんはその西條くんのこと犯人だって考えてないんですか？
はっきり言っていいかい？
Her face stiffened, but after a moment, Yua nodded.
警察じゃ西條匠は容疑者として見ていない。
Yeah, he's just a fucking loser.
そうなの。
Not just Yua, but Momose gasped in amazement as well. A wry smile formed on Bon's lips. He leaned back in his seat and rested the back of his hands on his head. Or head on his
貼り
hands?
付け事件か西條は白だ。遺
Okay.
体を貼り付けていた杭には指紋がべったり付着しててな。西條の指紋を手に入れて照合してみたんだが全く合致しなかった。
そんな。
Yua was turning paler by the second. Her lips trembled. Now that everything she believed in had collapsed beneath her feet, feelings of guilt at the awful thing she said to Takumi encroached upon her heart.
杭にあった指紋か
Yeah,
ら
I feel like a real
容疑者
dick
については
now,
ほ
huh?
ぼ固まってんだ。まだマスコミにも公表してないけど
Why, you
な。
pretended to be his girlfriend for literally nothing.
ちなみにそれ諏訪のお手柄だったりする。
スワちゃんは頑張ってるっていうのに、バンちゃんはよくここでのんびりしていられるわね。
実はあれ捜査本部から外されたんだわ。
はあ？
本来の捜査サボって G レートのこととか調べてんの上司にバレちゃってな。
This was the reason why his subordinate, Sua, had been the one to inform of the seventh incident. There'd been no reason for anyone else to call an investigator that was no longer working the case.
あんたね、もっとうまく立ち回りなさいよ。まあバンちゃんに G レートのことを教えた私にも責任はあるけど。
気にすんなって。それに G レートの件は個人的にも気になってたんだ。まあ西条にしても貼り付け以外の事件じゃまだ捜査線上にいる。もしかするとユアちゃんの推理が正しいかもしれん。
ニュージェネは同一犯による連続殺人事件じゃないって警察は考えてるの？
まだなんとも。ただついさっき第7の事件が起きたようだしな。個人的には犯人は複数いると思ってる。いろいろ喋っちまった。口外したって知られたらクビになっちまう。今のはオフレコな。
Bond playfully placed his forefinger on his lip.
で、問題なんだが。
Having thought that a report had been the reason that she'd been summoned, Yua tilted her head in puzzlement.
聞きたいことってのは学校のことなんだよ。ユアちゃんは青井瀬名って子知ってるかい？君の同級生のはずなんだが。
After pondering for a moment, Yua shook her head apologetically. 名前は聞いたことがあるような気がしますけど、話したことはありません。
ああ、そうか。
その人が犯人なんですか？
ああ、全くの別件だ。昨日徹夜したのもその子のこと調べてたからでな。
あんたさっき女子高生の生態がどうとかって。
Momose, ever perplexed, received a wink and a grin from Bond before he turned back towards Yua.
例えば学校でものすごい手品を使う女生徒がいるって噂を聞いたことは？
いえ、ありませんけど。
さっぱり話が見えないわね。何のこと？
例えば何もない空間から剣を取り出すような手品とか。
Yua's head snapped upward. Her expression was one of blatant astonishment.
どうしてそれ？
Despite being the one to ask the question, Bond also had a look of surprise on his face.
心当たりがあるのか
？Yua hesitated, then, after a moment, nodded resolutely.
どこで見た？
駅の近くの地下道です。西条くんと岸本さんが。
フェスだな。それで
Yua briefly recounted her dramatic pursuit from around 2 weeks prior. How she had gone to a manga cafe to meet Nishijou Takumi. How she'd been a little forceful when talking to him, causing him to flee. How she had frantically chased him around Shibuya. How he had then managed to evade her. And how right after she was about to give up, she stumbled upon Takumi and Ayase entering the underpass.
だから私、その階段の上から。
No, this was 2 weeks ago. Don't you remember it from 2 weeks ago?
二人は階段の一番下で何か話していて。あ、どんなことを話していたかは聞き取れなかったんですけど。そしたら、突然、岸本さんが剣を何もないところから取り出したんです。すごく大きな剣で、バッグにも入らないような。
まさか。
俺が見たものと同じだな。俺が見たのは岸本じゃなかったかな。さっき名前を出した青井瀬名っていう少女だ。実は葵が剣を振り回してたっていう目撃証言が渋谷のあちこちから出てる。
その手品 渋谷の若い子たちの間で流行ってるのかしら。
でも私が見たあれは手品にはとても見えませんでした。それに
他にも何か見たの？
信じてもらえるかどうかわからなくて、誰にも話したことはないんですけど、あの時岸本さんは剣を出しただけじゃなくて。
Yua's words faltered, and she slowly licked her lips. She looked lost on whether or not she should continue. Her eyes darted around the room. But eventually she steeled her resolve and fixed her gaze upon Bon.
二人に分身したんです。まるで本当にその場に二人いるみたいでした。私、わけがわからなくて。
A heavy silence covered the reception room. All three within it were at a complete loss for words.
とにかく一体どんな種があるのかわかんねえが、そんな手品みてえな真似ができる連中がこの渋谷には何人かいるらしい。それと岸本綾瀬も青井瀬名も西条匠と接触したことは確認済みだ。これが偶然とは思えねえわけよ。
西条くん、
あの少年の周囲ではどうも現実離れしたことばかりが起きてるような気がする。
As Bond said that, his words from the call before reappeared in his mind.
怪獣か魔法使いで済ませられるならよっぽどいいけどな。
Bond's murmur did not reach the other two. Averse to the gloomy atmosphere, Momose took a breath and sipped on her tea her subordinate had brought over to her. Then, as she brought the cup back down, she put a smile, or on a smile, and unceremoniously made to change the topic. Yep.
ところで岩ちゃん、そのカバンにぶら下がってるカエル、最近流行ってるんでしょ？
Yeah, I love them Garo froggies.
はい。
Yua gave a sigh of relief, having been saved by the kind company president.
なんて言うんだっけ？
ゲロカエルンです。
いろいろ種類が出てるんじゃなかった？ 10 種類ぐらい。
はい。私は友達からもらっただけなので詳しくは知らないんですけど。
なんだってこんな手抜き商品が流行るんだろうな。見た目だって俺の方がずっと可愛いぞ。
バンちゃん、
Yeah, I
寝
guess.
言は寝てから言いなさい。
What the fuck are you-
冗談って。
私も実はどうして流行っているのかよくわからないんです。
I don't know. I think he's pretty
結構
cute.
可愛いと思う
They
け
should,
ど
they should
ね。
probably have Bond keychains. Yeah?
ももちゃんの見る目も衰えたな。
世論は私の方が正しいって証明してるじゃない。バンちゃんも買いに行った方がいいわよ。
一体どこへ行けば買えるものなんだ？
ゲロカエルンの専門ショップがあちこちにあって、
専門ショップだ？
そこで金曜日に行列に並べば買えると思います。
金曜日？
毎週金曜日に新しいデザインのものが発売になるんです。好きな子はコンプリートとか言って全部集めてるみたいで。
While Yu was in the midst of speaking, Bon had turned to Momose while scratching the stubble on his chin.
金曜か。流行るとは思えないものが流行ってて、 G レートは毎週末に上昇する。
まさかバンちゃん。
当たってみる価値はあるかもな。
Well, they're using the GE rate to sell Garo froggies. Good idea. The second I poked my head into the school on Thursday, Misumi-kun immediately invited me to go see Ayase in the hospital with him. Given that the idea hadn't even crossed my mind, it had caught me off guard. But before I'd even been able to respond, Rimi said that she wanted to come too for whatever reason, and I ended up being swept along with her as a result. Now, let me be clear, I had a heart and all. But considering the menace known as Shogun was drawing closer and closer to me, I don't think this is exactly the time to show it. I didn't want to die. Coming in through the front entrance, Misumi-kun looked around the lobby in confusion.
どうしたの？
いや、岸本の病室ってどこなんだろうなって思ってよ。
Had he seriously come this far without knowing that? This guy was beyond belief sometimes.
ここは外来棟だよ。病棟は隣。
そうなのか。
大臣、しっかりしてよ。
AH Tokyo General Hospital. Ah! Tokyo General Hospital. It was the hospital I'd gone to ever since I was a kid. I'd even come here just the other day, so I was pretty knowledgeable on where everything was. Dr. Takashina's face flashed across my mind, and I involuntarily groaned to myself. As we walked to the hospital ward, Misumi-kun turned to me.
で、病棟の何号室だと思う？
そんなのわかんないよ。
This was a general hospital, so there were obviously a ton of different wards and departments. If I had to guess...
多分外科じゃないかな。でももしかすると精神科かも。
There hadn't been any visible injuries to Ayase after she'd fallen, and considering she'd attempted suicide, her mind had likely been brought to the brink, so her being in the psychiatric ward seemed very possible. Even I'd been taken to the psych ward after the uproar at O-Front.
タクって物知りだな。
常識でしょ、常識。ね、タク。
Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily common sense. I might not have known if I hadn't come here so many times in the past. Right as we were entering the hospital ward, Rimi ground to a halt.
私、お手洗い行ってくる。先に行ってて。
With a wave of her hand, Rimi quickly headed back towards the outpatient ward. Thinking that wandering around the ward would cause problems for the patients, we decided to ask help for at the nurse's station. And just like I'd predicted, they told us that she was on the floor for psychiatric patients. Who? The hospital room had an area for around 10 square meters. There was a toilet to the right of the entrance, and there was a bed near the back. The setting sun shone through the window on the other side of the room. Ayase wasn't in the bed. Based on how the sheets were a little messed up, it looked like she'd been there until very recently.
さあ。
ま、戻ってくるまで待つか。
The moment he said that, Misumi-kun started rummaging around the room for some reason. He didn't even have a shred of decency. Right now, it wouldn't be wrong to refer to this as Ayase's room. A number of her things were lying around, and mixed with the smell of antiseptic that was, antiseptic was that nice scent you could only find in a girl's room. Just kind of bursting into it while she wasn't there felt like we were peeping right into her private life, and I didn't feel very comfortable with that.
そういうの良くないよ。外で、待ってた方が。
Got that girl smell.
ちょっと見るだけだって。
It's just the truth.
お前も知りたいと思わねえのか？フェスの私生活ってやつをよ。興味あるだろ？
Okay, sure. Ayase's personal life was a total mystery. Surely a quick glance around wouldn't be so bad. Misumi-kun wasn't showing even an ounce of hesitation. Urged on by his bold attitude, my mind swiftly changed. I turned to look at the door to make sure no one was coming, then turned back towards the room. Feeling my heart thump hard in my chest, I started with the bed. I took hold of the slightly ruffled sheets. And then, having no idea what to expect, I gently turned them over, and what I saw was something beyond imagination. Hidden beneath the sheets was lingerie. A full set of lingerie. A pair of purple panties were scrunched up haphazardly. They had very clearly been taken off recently. This wasn't brand new condition. This was wholly and entirely used. And this was a private room. From that, one could only gleam that Ayase was the only one who could have worn these. So smexy. Gleam. Hey, thank you. Smexy. I hurriedly turned to check on Misumi-kun. Fortunately, he was too busy flipping through a magazine to have noticed my shocking discovery. I returned my glance to the underwear. I gulped. My throat was dry as a desert. My trembling fingers, almost entirely on their own, reached towards the underwear. Feeling my pulse getting quicker and quicker, I ever so softly touched them. Hey, 3D Bob, thank you. For some reason, they felt squishy, physical. Something wasn't quite right about this.
それは私のお稲荷さんだ。
How do we... What? How do we get the feeling...
見ろよタク。変な本があるぞ。
Hey. I suddenly realized Misumi-kun was calling me. It's okay, it was a delusion. I was standing in the corner of the hospital room. The bed sheets weren't turned over, and there was obviously no sexy lingerie in sight. Phew, just been a delusion. Huh? It ended with an extremely horrifying twist, so I made sure that the memory remained forever sealed. He had taken a magazine from high up on the shelf and was staring at it fixedly.
ヌーだぜ、ヌー。この雑誌、まだ続いてたんだな。
New was a magazine that focused on all facets of the occult. UFOs, aliens, ESP, religion, urban legends, mysterious phenomena, super ancient civilizations, oop arts, oop arts, oop arts, oop arts. Oop, what was oop? Oop? It wasn't difficult. Object of power arts. Yeah. Yeah, sure, I guess. It wasn't difficult at all to believe that our very own schizo shit-loving Ayase would be reading it.
こっちの文庫本は、何々？グラジオール記黙示録詩編？ファンタジー小説っぽいな。
Whose eyes are those? It's God's. It's God's eyes. Or the whose eyes are those eyes monster. Just depends on what you're doing. I wasn't familiar with that specific book, but the term gladiole did ring a bell. Where had I heard it again? I was pretty sure it had been pretty recent.
岸本と付き合うとなると、この趣味に合わせないといけねえのか。大変そうだぜ、これは。
He had still given up on dating Ayase? Or he's still not given up on dating Ayase? Even after being turned down in an instant last time?
Huh?
Suddenly, Ayase's D-sword came into view in the corner of my eye. It was leaning against the window. It looked like a space battleship ripped out of a sci-fi movie. My opinion on it hadn't really changed either. It was an awesome looking sword, possessing equal parts beauty and cruelty. Even though it wasn't glowing, and even though it was just leaning against the window, it still had the typical impressive feeling of presence to it. Misumi-kun showed no signs of noticing the sword. Huh. So the eyes of normal people couldn't see them after all. I wonder, if I were to take it without Ayase's knowing, would the sword become mine? If I could really obtain a D-sword with zero effort, then there was no time to waste here. The desire to do so bubbled up within me. Yeah, steal it. With a gulp, I timidly, ever so timidly, reached out for the sword. I grasped the hilt. And then Misumi spoke up now. Oh well, I tried to grasp it, but my hand had gone right through it, leaving me grasping only thin air. I tried once more, but the result was no different. I couldn't grab it. I couldn't even touch it. Did that mean that the sword wasn't real-booted? As a mutual recognition hadn't been achieved, it was no more than Ayase's delusion. An illusion. A dream. An afterimage.
何やってんだお前。
Oh, you just fell in the air? Misumi-kun looked at me in confusion. We then waited for around 10 minutes, but Ayase still showed no signs of coming back. Same thing with Rimi. She was still in the bathroom, apparently. Where could she have actually gone?
リミってこの病室の場所知ってたか？
We asked for the location at the nurse's station after Rimi left. She could very well be wandering all throughout the hospital as we spoke, not having any idea where we were or where this place was.
あいつバカだからな。俺たちみたいに誰かに聞こうって発想がないのかもしんねえぞ。
探しに。
I felt uneasy not being with Rimi. I couldn't say for sure that this hospital was safe. If Shogun were reading my mind right now, he would have known that I was here.
そうだな。
Yeah, I
待つ
guess.
のも飽きたし。
Yeah.
タクもあいつがいないと寂しいだろうな。なあ、ぶっちゃけリミとはどうなんだ？
え？
付き合ってんのかって聞いてんだよ。お前ら。
Oh, the ball fondling scene ends and then Adam shows up? That's kind of weird. Hey, Adam.
付き合ってないよ。
Despite what I said, my face was still flushed. Me and Rimi dating. It was true that I had delusions of that many times. I hadn't been interested in 3D in the past, but nowadays, Rimi was becoming more and more important to me with every passing day. But back when Rimi said that she'd stay by my side, she also said the following.
そんなの友達だからに決まってるでしょ。
In other words, she only saw me as a friend. There was no way in hell that she'd start a romantic relationship with an otaku freak like me. Besides, Rimi would probably be a bit slow on the uptake with that kind of thing. What? Huh? I split ways with Misumi-kun and went to look for Rimi or Ayase. Misumi-kun had gone downstairs, so I decided to take my search above.
Amisha! Amisha!
I passed by an older patient in the corridor, probably around his 50s. He was staggering down the hall while calling out to someone named Ami-chan over and over. That was me! I ignored him and headed further down the corridor. Nobody seemed to mind me wandering around the hospital, maybe since I'd used to come here pretty often. But for every corner I turned, for every door I saw open, I felt my heart rate increase at the thought of Shogun appearing from them. And not only that, but the occasional crazed screams and cries coming from any number of directions weren't exactly good for my mental state. The corridor was uniformly dyed a cream color. Some of the rooms were open, some were closed, and to make sure that there were no signs of Shogun being around, I peeked in a whole bunch of them. Each room had 2 beds lined up next to each other, with person-shaped bulges lying underneath the sheets, likely sleeping patients. But their faces were always in a blind spot, so I couldn't see them. There weren't many people walking through the corridors. Just the man calling for Ami-chan and a single nurse. There were only 2 I'd passed by. I didn't really want to be here. I didn't know why, but that feeling refused to leave me. The atmosphere was heavy. It wasn't oppressive per se, but I had the nagging feeling that I shouldn't have been there. A little farther in front of me, the corridor made a 90-degree turn to the right. Do the hospital rooms continue through there? I wondered. As I pondered that, I cautiously turned the corner. Shogun! Oh, no, it's just a wall. And I was immediately met with a wall. It sat in the middle of my path, and in vast contrast to the entirely cream-colored hospital, it was covered in black paint from top to bottom. A complete dead end. For some reason, I didn't know, my pulse quickened. I couldn't move even a single step from where I stood. My vision wobbled and shook. Thinking it was vertigo, I tried to close my eyes and massage my eyelids with my fingertips, only to feel my eyeballs twitching beneath them. A chill as cold as ice crawled up from my feet. I stood dead in my tracks, forgetting how to breathe, staring at the black in front of me. It felt as if it would suck me in, as if it would swallow me whole. A deep, never-ending darkness. Even though there shouldn't have been anyone there, it felt like somewhere someone was watching me. God's gaze pierced into the nape of my neck. Its presence was on a completely different level compared to how it would be at my base. Don't look. Blink. Mustering all my mental strength, I managed to close my eyes. Finally, I was able to breathe again, and I stepped back while gasping for breath. With my head facing down towards the ground, I fled through the corridor. I sped back to the floor with Ayase's room, gasping and wheezing all the way. I touched the nape of my neck and felt sticky sweat oozing from it. But the sweat wasn't coming from there. My entire body was drenched in it. What the hell was going on? Was Shogun reading my mind? The presence of God's gaze wouldn't go away. My wheezing and shivering refused to calm down. Exhaustion had devoured my motivation in an instant. I wanted to go home. I wanted to have Rimi take care of me as we locked ourselves in my base. It wasn't like me visiting Ayase would make her happy. If anything, it'd probably do the complete opposite. I was an idiot for coming along with Misumi-kun. The guy clearly had an agenda, and it was at complete odds with me. I had no reason to be here. I should just go home. Before either Shogun or Yua appeared. They always appeared whenever I least expected it. I bet they pinned down where I was with ease. No matter where I was, I needed to be prepared. Tracing the wall with my hand, I staggered my way to Ayase's hospital room. Had Misumi-kun gotten back yet? Hoping he'd found Rimi, I dragged my legs forward.
Yamai-sanがまたアミーちゃんっていう名前を呼んでたんですよ。
I heard the voice of a nurse coming from ahead. Looking up, I saw that 2 of them were walking in my direction. One was young and the other was a well-built middle-aged lady.
一体誰のことを探してるのか。
それ、この病院に伝わる階段よ。
Whoa.
誰も知らない幻の病室があって、そこにアミーちゃんが入院してるらしいわ。もう何年も前からある噂。
Ghost! I looked back down and waited for 2 to pass by. The 2. I held my breath to hide my ragged breathing. I could easily tell they were giving me suspicious looks, but they still ignored me all the same. After the two nurses passed me, I continued my endeavor and arrived at the nurses' station. I must have missed Ayase's room, as it should have been a bit before. Clicking my tongue, I wiped the sweat off my forehead. It still felt like I was being watched. The depths of my chest throbbed with pain. My ears were ringing too. I felt absolutely terrible. My body was a total wreck. I hadn't felt anything like this when I first got in here. What the hell happened to me and my body? With the pain overwhelming me and becoming too much to bear, I went to ask for help from the nurses at the nurses' station. But there was only one nurse there. She didn't seem to have noticed me. Her back was turned to me, and she was mumbling something while deeply absorbed in whatever she was working on. In her hand was a clipboard. She was writing something on the form stuck to it.
信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ.
Paperwork, am I right? I'd seen this person many times before. She was that one nurse, Hazuki-san. Oh, this was the Tokyo General Hospital psychiatry ward. Of course she'd be here. She'd already attended to me twice in the past month alone. Oh man, this was perfect. If I called out to her, she'd surely help me with whatever. An urgent-sounding ringing noise suddenly rang throughout the room. Hazuki-san put down her clipboard in surprise, then operated a switch with her hand. The ringing sound was cut off. She'd probably been paid to do some nursing thing, and she rushed out to the nurses' station in a flurry. Why hadn't she noticed me, even though I was suffering from so much pain right behind her? I could barely stay standing. The vertigo was awful. With no other choice, I decided to go to the nurses' station to wait for someone to get back. I found a stool where Hazuki-san had been standing, then sat down. My head ached. It felt like it had back when the earthquake hit a week ago. But this pain had a different nature to it. Or so it felt anyway. I needed something to drink. Just trying to breathe hurt my throat, likely because of all the gasping and wheezing I'd been doing. I casually looked around the area. My eyes then landed upon a clipboard Hazuki-san had been holding. And the very next moment, what was scrawled on it entered my field of vision. Oh. Whenever I'd gone in for a checkup, Hazuki-san had always been writing something on that clipboard of hers, all while having the same gentle smile on her face. I thought that she'd been writing down the prescriptions you planned on giving me, my temperature, things like that. That was why what was drawn there was beyond my comprehension.
これって
I had seen it before. I had already seen this shittily drawn sketch somewhere before. But where? Where had I seen it? My head ached. A stabbing pain pierced through it. The hairs on the nape of my neck stood on end. Don't look at me. I picked up the clipboard. Countless medical forms were clipped onto it. I went to flip up the page. The second piece of paper had the same shitty drawing. I flipped to the next page. A third was also the same. And the fourth and the fifth and the sixth. Each and every one of them had the same drawing scribbled on it, again and again and again. this drawing. Yeah, maybe it's a flip book. Was the crucifixion. It took you that long, brother? For real? Where have I seen this life-changing event I've been thinking about non-stop for like the last month? Oh yeah. Evening fell on the roof of the old building in Shinsen, the building atop which Nishijo Takumi's container house stood, still as death. It was Aosena's second time visiting it. The first time had been a few days prior, following her encounter with Kazupi and Takumi in Synergai. She had gone on to tail the boy in secret. Through this, the location was set in stone in her mind.
セナさん、やめた方がいいと思うのだ。
Shut up,
泥棒
Kazupi.
さんはね、クズピ嫌いなの。にゅー。
それならどうしてついてきた？
Senna regarded Kozue in a cold manner, refusing to even turn to view her sagging shoulders or her long face. Senna had come here to infiltrate Takumi's room. Nishijo Takumi is not normal. Yeah, they're about to find out for sure. That was the conclusion she'd come to after speaking to him many times. There was no doubt in her mind that he was distinctly different to normal geeklomaniacs like Kozue and herself. Did he possess delusional abilities so abnormal it proved terrifying? Or could he perhaps be receiving some form of artificial support? Regardless of which it might be, the uncertain nature of Takumi greatly bothered her. As of the current moment, she was searching for a man known as Hatano. He was a very... Let's start over. There was a very real possibility that Nishijo Takumi had some kind of connection to him. She had no conclusive evidence of this. But through investigating even the most lightly suspicious things with her own eyes, the possibilities would be torn down one by one. And with such methodology... she would find the target with absolute certainty. That was Sena's creed. The door had a padlock attached to it. With a slight scoff, she swung her D sword that she had preemptively reel-booted. The padlock was effortlessly smashed to pieces.
たくみさんが帰ってきたら怒られちゃうよ。
Sena had already confirmed that Takumi had been heading from school towards the station with two of his friends. However, even if he were to find out, it would make no difference to her. When it came to attaining her goal, Sena had no qualms with others coming to detest her, or even being reported to the police. She opened the door and stepped into the room. What's it smell like? Sena could only grimace at the disastrous cesspool of the room. The endless piles of trash forced a groan from her mouth.
汚いね。
Yep, yucky.
なんで楽しそうなんだ、小杖。
靴は脱いだ方がいいのかな。
With a sigh, Sena ventured deeper into the room, shoes still adorning her feet.
お人形さんいっぱいなのら。うったくみさんって変態さんだったんだ。すごいな。
Yep, Sugoina. Paying no heed to Kozue, who seemed oddly impressed, Sena stood before the PC. Oh no, they're gonna get a search history! He's going to jail, bros. Ah. She turned the power on without hesitation and scoured the desk with her eyes as she waited. Furrowing her brow, she picked up a sheet of paper that had been left on the desk. An essay. Kozue had peeked at the essay from behind Seina's back, and she was now jumping up and down in excitement.
やっぱり匠ちゃんがその目誰の目の人だったのら。コズピーはパンパカパーンだったぽーん。
Yep. In vast contrast to Kozue, Seina skimmed the essay with disinterest, then casually flipped it over. The very next instant, her eyes widened in shock.
これ
Something was drawn there. It was
ピー
Oopie.
人がいっぱいだね。これロボットさん
Yep. A wobot.
IR2 だって。セナさん
The sound of gritting teeth came. That word isn't on the screen. Escaped from Seina's lips. Her expression was far more grim than usual, and the hand holding the essay trembled with anger.
そうか西条が IR2 を生み出した張本人か
Her voice forcefully stifled. She crushed the sheet of paper in her fist. Been struggling with this scene. I left the nurse's station and stumbled around the hospital, my mind buried in fog. I was doing everything in my power to avoid thinking about what I'd just seen. Before I knew it, I found myself standing at the landing of the staircase with Misumi-kun gazing outside by the window.
どうしたタク？汗びっしょりじゃねえか。顔色も悪いし。あ、顔色悪いのはいつもか。
I'm dying!
もしかして走って探してたのか？そりゃバテもするぜ。無茶するね、お前って。
I wiped my sweat away and tried desperately to feign composure.
リミと岸本、見つけたぜ。
Despite what he said, I couldn't see either of them. Then, for some odd reason, he pointed outside the window.
あそこだ。
Once I caught my breath, I approached the window. I could see the outpatient ward from it. The outpatient and hospital wards were separate buildings, accessible through a corridor connecting them. They weren't all that far apart, though. The hospital ward had many floors, and the landing I was on looked slightly down on the roof of the outpatient ward. On that roof, shrubbery sporting red flowers formed a makeshift garden, and it seemed to be a place where patients went to relax. In the center of the garden, I could see Rimi and Ayase. Ayase was wearing pajamas. She was discussing something with Rimi. Those two shouldn't know each other, right?
なんか妙にシリアスに見えねえか。
It almost looked like they were glaring at each other. Suddenly, Ayase closed in on Rimi and slapped her right across the cheek. I can't believe they're both fighting over Takumi. Even from where I was standing, I could tell that she hadn't held back one bit. Ayase then walked away from Rimi. She was heading in the direction of the passageway, so that she was probably going back to her hospital room.
今ビンタしたよな。
I nodded. Even after being left behind, Rimi didn't move an inch. She simply stood there.
あの二人ってトラブル抱えてんのか？
If there was, I knew nothing about it. I readily went along with Misumi-kun's proposal to pretend like we'd never seen what we'd seen. We then decided to leave Rimi to our own devices and return to Ayase's room. The state of my body had mostly recovered by now, and God's gaze had vanished. It was to the point where I felt like that horrible sickness I'd been feeling had never been there in the first place. Misumi-kun let out a sound from in front of me. I looked up in response, only to see Ayase walking over to us. Her head hung slightly limp, and her gaze pointed downwards. Her steps were slow and lacked any energy. Her face was very pale, and her expression was, to no surprise, intensely somber. We had somehow managed to bump into Ayase right in front of her hospital room.
Yo, Kishimoto-san.
Misumi-kun gave the most eloquent greeting possible for him, to which Ayase raised her head in surprise. She looked at me, and then despite seeming like she was on the brink of tears, she smiled at me. Why had she done that? Had she heard about the uproar that happened in front of, or in the front of O-Front? About all the shameful things I'd done? Or was she just being friendly? The former would be beyond depressing.
俺たち君のお見舞いに来たんだよね。つうか岸本さん、パジャマ姿も可愛いじゃん。
His passive pickup artist had activated, in barely any time at all. Talk about rushing the objective.
入って。
Although Ayase had treated Misumi-kun pretty coldly before, she didn't do that this time. Instead, Ayase opened her door and invited us in. She didn't show a single hint of having slapped Rimi just a few minutes ago. Was she hiding it well? Or had she already gotten over it in such a short time? As per usual, I had no idea what Ayase was thinking.
やっぱ見舞いに来たのは正解だったぜ。今日は好感触だ。
Misumi-kun gave a small fist pump while Ayase wasn't looking, then excitedly entered the room. I reluctantly followed after him. In all honesty, I wanted to head home with Rimi ASAP, but I didn't have the courage to say anything to her. I didn't know the reason why, but being so fiercely slapped like that must have made her pretty depressed, and I knew I didn't have the words to encourage her. Ayase sat down on the bed and Misumi-kun very casually sat beside her. Talk about daring. I couldn't help but be taken aback by Misumi-kun's mode of attack. Ayase gave Misumi-kun a single glance before fixing her gaze upon me. Being stared at so blatantly put me at a loss for exactly how I was supposed to respond. I didn't know what kind of expression to make, so I just ended up looking down at the floor.
怪我どう？もうだいぶ良くなってるみたいだけど。なんか必要なものあるなら遠慮なく言ってよ。俺がすぐ買ってきてやるぜ。
He focused intently on Ayase's hand. If I had to guess, he was scheming on how best to grab it. That refined, slender hand. Should I just go?
あ、小説とか読む？俺さ、グラジオール記黙示録詩編ってのが好きなんだけど。岸本さん、知ってる？
匠。
Leaving Misumi-kun's question unanswered, Ayase called my name.
君はグラジオールの7騎士の一人よ。
Cool. Right into the schizo shit, huh? Even the mayhem surrounding her attempted suicide hadn't been enough to change her at her core.
やっぱり導きだったんだわ。君と私が出会ったのは。
Quietly, dispassionately, Ayase narrated about what I could only call a totally chuny storyline.
君の邪神はとても兄弟。言うことなしなのよ。黒騎士としての素質は。
Thank you.
君が今経験している苦しみはすべて神罰。大いなる意志による試練なの。それを乗り越えたときに理想度は召喚されるわ。君の手に必ず。そして現れるのよ。邪神の黒き大蛇。あらゆる崩壊を飲み込み、邪神王の身を砕くことのできる。同質にして異質なるものが。現実なの。
Sorry, I had to read that one again. What the fuck you talking
理
about?
想どもかまいたちがその証よ。実在しない現象は後世に言葉として残ることはないわ。知っている？語源を。かまえたち。それは理想度を意味しているの。信じて、匠。グラジオールを倒すのよ。一緒に。
Okay, cool. Gladiole. I remember that name. I'd seen that term back when I'd first been researching D-swords. It seemed that D-sword was a term used in literature, and pseudepigrapha relating to the legend of Gladiole, or more specifically, a sword in it. I wasn't really sure though. Pseudepigraphia. As I continued to think, Misumi-kun quietly got up and started to walk towards me. He went to go right past me, but just before he did, he put his hand on my shoulder.
俺、外に出てるわ。だけど、押し倒しちまえよ。俺の読みじゃ、岸本はお前に脈ありだぜ。
え？
Yep. Pseudepigrapha are falsely attributed works, texts whose claimed author is not the true author, or a work whose real author attributed it to a figure of the past. Oh, cool. Why didn't they just say that? Flashing me a mischievous smile, he left the room. And of course, that meant that the only ones left in the room were me and Ayase. Oh no! Silence. Despite having been going on and on about all that stuff mere seconds ago, Ayase now hung her head in complete silence. Her hands gripped the hem of her shirt as she rolled it up towards her. Hold on. Her hands gripped the hem of her shirt as she rolled it up towards her, then straightened it back out again. Okay, good. Thumbs up. There we go. Then towards her, and then back again, and then back again, right? She's gonna keep it back again. I guess I had to say something. But I had literally no idea what the hell she'd been talking about. Oh, here's an idea. Since I'd come to visit her in the hospital, I could give her a few words of sympathy about her condition and call it good. Well, that sucks. Bye. But considering she'd been put in the psych ward, I couldn't exactly just ask about her condition. What was I supposed to do? If I knew it was going to be like this, I would have just left with Misumi-kun.
Takumi.
Yeah. Hearing my name made me jump. Ayase raised her head, then held out both hands to me.
来て。こっちに来て。
Okay! Unsure of what she would do if I refused, I took a very confused step forward.
もっと。
Urged on, I took another step. Our hands touched. Then, taking hold of them, she swiftly pulled me in. She lowered her head once more. She stared intently at my hand.
君は私を救ってくれた命の恩人よ。
That wasn't true at all. I just saved her by chance, nothing more. Not to mention, I didn't even know whether I'd actually created that flower bed in the first place.
ありがとう。
Ayase's voice was shaky. Was she crying? What? Huh? I felt a warm sensation on my fingertip, and when I looked down to see what it was... For some reason, I couldn't comprehend. My index finger was inside Ayase's mouth. Hey, what's going on here? I haven't washed my hands. Okay. Alright. I felt something soft and warm touch my fingertip. It wriggled and coiled around my finger, then slipped in one of the gaps between nail and Ew! Ew, what the fuck? Ew! She's cleaning my fingernails for me. Cool. How exactly had we gotten to this point? I was more confused than ever, but I didn't have it in me to resist. It just felt way too good. I was now entirely at her mercy. All she was doing was licking my finger. So why was it so?
ダメ
Stop. Bite it off. Bite it. Oh, the pleasure suddenly switched to sharp pain. Ayase had bitten my finger. Hard. Crunch. I felt like she was biting right through the bone. That's how painful it was. I frantically tore my hand away and eventually managed to free it from Ayase's mouth. What the fuck? Her bewitching laughter filling me with fear, I quickly went to check the bite wound on my finger. It shone with Ayase's thick, slimy saliva. Blood dribbled from the tooth marks. But the blood wasn't red. It was a... Okay, thank God. It was a sinister black. The color of your blood is the proof that you're a Black Knight. Okay, cool. All right. By having a delusion like that, I was somehow able to endure Ayase's insane psychobabble. I hadn't paid attention to a single word, but Ayase didn't seem to notice. He simply continued to talk about how Gladiol did this and Wicked Hearts did that, all while having a very serious expression glued to her face or whatever. Oh, yeah? Alright, let's get you back to bed.
あとは全員が覚醒するだけ。急がないと世界は滅びるわ。グラジオールの手によって。
What a scene. What a scene. With both of our shoulders drooping down towards the ground, Misumi-kun and I descended to the first floor of the hospital ward.
俺、もう岸本のことはどうでもよくなった。これまでの俺のポリシーはな、タク。可愛ければ何でも許してやるだった。けどそりゃ間違ってたよ。あんな強烈な電波、俺には受け止めらんねえよ。素直に梢ちゃんだけ狙うことにするぜ。
Not exactly sure if that made things any better. I mean, Misumi-kun had an actual girlfriend he was dating.
お前、マジですごいな。岸本のあの脳みそお花畑の話、よく30分近くも聞いてられるよ。俺尊敬したぜ。俺は3分も持たなかった。この俺がだぞ。
Don't ask me. Barely listening to Misumi-kun, I focused on my surrounding as I walked. And then, I found a dazed girl standing in front of the outpatient lobby. Rimi? From a side view, I couldn't even see a trace of her usual energy. She seemed deep in thought as she gazed up at the lingering sunset, her hair fluttering in the chilly breeze.
Oi! Rimi!
Rimi quickly turned after Misumi-kun spoke, her face brimming with surprise, then gave us a big wave. The sight of her smile filled me with relief. I instinctively ran up to her. Of course, I couldn't exactly bring myself to hug her or anything like that, so that was as far as I went.
タク、感動の再会だね。また会えて嬉しい。
どこほっつき歩いてたんだ？
病室、どこかわからなくて、あちこちさまよっちゃった。ひどいよ。置いてくなんて。
Rimi made a show of pretending to cry.
そうだったね。で、岸本さんには会えた？
As I nodded, I noticed Misumi-kun grinning very obviously behind me.
岸本にビンタされてただろ。
Beside me.
さて、何のことでしょう。
Rimi must have wanted to hide the fact that Ayase had slapped her. That was why I'd been avoiding the topic and leaving it at that. Read the damn room, Misumi-kun.
隠そうったって無駄だぜ。俺は一部始終を見てたんだ。某家政婦のようにな。
なんだ、バレてたのか。
Her face now pointing down at the floor, Rimi gave an awkward sigh, then gazed up at me.
もしかして、タクも見てたの？
そうだ。俺とタクで決定的瞬間をバッチリ見てた。
Dude, you don't just say that.
なんだ、それじゃあ必死にごまかそうとしてたのがバカみたいじゃない。屋上に行ったらちょうど岸本さんがいたから、つい気になってたことを質問しちゃったの。そしたら機嫌損ねたみたい。
What had she asked?
なんだよ。気になってたことって。
ね。あなたはタクの何なのって。
Whoa. What did she mean by that?
マジで？宣戦布告ってやつか。
まあそんなとこかな。
Rimi looked bashful. Her gaze darted back and forth between me and the ground.
タクは渡さないからって言っちゃったし。そしたら見事に叩かれたんだけどさ。
すげえ。女の戦いだな。
Misumi-kun rustled my hair.
おいタク、どうすんだ？どうすんだよ。
What was he getting at here? I didn't really understand. Actually, it was more like my mind had gone completely blank.
告られてんだぞ、お前。もう付き合っちまえよ。
Grinning, Misumi-kun suddenly shoved me forward. Caught off guard, I stumbled, and Rimi was right in the line of fire. Oh! As per the laws of physics, I ended up with my arms around Rimi. Sorry if my finger's wet and sticky. My heart was pounding. Rimi's body was so soft and warm.
タク、私。
When I tried to hurry up and get off of her, Rimi wrapped her arms around my back. She nervously brought me in close, hugging me. Electricity ran through me at Rimi's surprise attack. In our moment of intimacy, her tender warmth transferred straight over to my body. I wanted to keep feeling that warmth. I wanted Rimi to be mine, and mine alone. Taken over by those feelings, I hugged her supple body back. And right as I did, a silhouette standing beyond Rimi's shoulder entered the field of vision. Oh no! It was Ayase, D-sword in hand, looking at me with an expression of bitter hatred. While I couldn't hear what it was, I could tell that she was mumbling something. I gulped. War was looming. Blood would be reaped without mercy. And the moment I realized that, I knew I had to escape as soon as possible. Oh. It was nothing. Nothing happened. Hey. Misumi-kun was calling for me. Rimi also waved at me from beside him. Blinking in a daze, I examined my surroundings. I was definitely not embracing Rimi. Ayase was nowhere in sight.
ドキドキした。
Yes, I could do without the catfights. Yandere should stay in the realm of 2D. I don't want anything to do with someone actually like that. What is that? A girl whose affection, Dere, for her romantic interests grows so strong that she starts exhibiting strong emotions, such as jealousy and aggression, before eventually descending into outright insanity. Yawn. Whoa. Wow, nothing happened like usual. No, it's about that kickoff, brother. Any minute now, something. I can smell it. The three of us walking shoulder to shoulder, we made our way through the outpatient lobby. The outpatient reception area was already closed, meaning very few people were still there. However, the large TV screen at the end of the lobby was still surrounded by around 10 or so people.
何かな?
Yo, we got an eighth one? We got an eighth one, maybe? Yeah, let's go! My body stiffened at what Misumi-kun had said so casually. But immediately after that, Rimi nonchalantly grasped my hand. Thanks to the warmth of her hand, my fear stopped there. The tension in my mind felt like it was melting away. Rimi was my sole support. Rimi gave me peace of mind. Rimi would stay by my side. It might be a little too optimistic, but I felt that as long as Rimi stayed by my side, I could barely, just barely endure any fear that might come my way. Thank God, Rimi was here for me. Misumi-kun had already made it to the TV and was urging me and Rimi over to it. All the other people there, patients both young and old, and even some nurses, had gathered around the TV, their eyes glued to the screen. What the hell was going on?
行ってみよう.
Yo, what the hell? Thank you. The two of us moved to a place where we could see the TV, with me guided along by Rimi's hand. I then timidly turned my eyes to the screen, and when I looked at the captions on the screen, I was completely dumbfounded. Oh, they got him! Oh, shoot. It's over. Nice! Okay. It was the news report announcing the arrest of the new gen culprit. Huh.
繰り返しお伝えします。今日午後3時半ごろ、警視庁渋谷署はいわゆるニュージェネレーションの凶器と呼ばれる渋谷で発生した一連の殺人事件のうち
Good job, Sua. And Guy? That can't be him. There's no way. He's not facing forward.
9月29日に起きた通称貼り付け殺人事件の容疑者を逮捕しました。殺人容疑で逮捕されたのは無職駒枝慎吾容疑者25歳です。容疑については先ほど渋谷署で行われた記者会見の通り、今のところ太田久さん殺害についてのみで、他の事件に関する容疑は今後追及していく構えです。駒枝容疑者は太田さん殺害については容疑を認めており、交際している女性が太田さんにしつこくつけ回され、カッとなって首を絞めた。しかしゾンビだったため死なず、貼り付けにして動きを止めた。
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Zombie. A person that has been resurrected from the dead. They've lost all sense of their original self and can only move at a slow pace, but in spite of this, they are still ferocious and often attack people. One theory states that zombies originate from the practice seen in voodooism, a practice in which a wrongdoer is placed in a near-death state using a tetrodotoxin, tetrodotoxin, known as zombie powder. These victims are then accidentally buried alive. Accidentally buried alive? Suffering permanent brain damage due to the lack of oxygen. Accidentally?
などと意味不明の供述をしています。警察の調べでは、駒枝容疑者には現在交際している女性がいないことが明らかになっており、薬物を摂取していた疑いもあるとみて捜査を進めています。
Oh, damn. I was in a state of sheer disbelief. The TV screen was repeatedly broadcasting a recording of the suspect being transported by car. The flashes coming from the mass media surrounding the car made the screen flicker violently. The suspect was completely covered by his jacket, so I couldn't see his face. Yeah, his proportions are all kinds of fucked up. How's his shoulder like up there? Remy whispered to me as I stared at the TV screen. Her hand squeezed my own.
やっぱりタクは犯人なんかじゃなかったし、将軍っていう人も単なるいたずらだったんだよ。
Oh, cool.
楠木さんだって間違った推理をしてただけ。ね、これで何もかも解決。
Yeah,
もう
all
見え
good.
ない影なんかに怯えることないんだよ。
It's over. She was right. Since the culprit behind the crucifixion had been arrested, that automatically meant it couldn't have been him. I hadn't been sleepwalking, nor did I have multiple personalities. This proved that I was completely normal. Yeah, bro. And at the same time, it also disproved that I'd seen Remy covered in blood at the scene. It wasn't real! It had to be a delusion I'd come up with. It was over. The nightmare that had been tormenting me without end for almost a month was finally over. Being afraid of shadows, being afraid of God's gaze, trying desperately to get a D-sword, none of those things were necessary anymore. But even so, why? Why was there this feeling of unease deep within my chest? Shogun being a prank, the person behind it was just stalking me for shits and giggles. It just didn't feel realistic. But maybe I was thinking like that because I'd pretty much forgotten all normal logic and reasoning over the last month. Oh, my phone vibrated in my pocket. It was on vibrate, but phones still weren't allowed in the hospital. I let go of Remy, exited through the front entrance, then pulled out my phone.
はい。誰?
Hello? I braced myself. You may pass. Might have started playing again. You may pass. You may pass. I quickly went, oh yeah. I quickly went to check the name of the caller. But it was a restricted number. I was hit with a really bad feeling. But when I frantically went to hang up... Aw, come on. Again? The horribly pained voice that come through the phone was unmistakably Nanami's.
Nanami?
Where? What? How? Where? How? Huh? Yo, new Garo Froggy, let's go! It doesn't matter. He's caught. We're gonna get a new Garo Froggy today. The shop specializing in Garo Froggy merchandise was known as Top Frog. That's a really good name. The pun was likely an attempt to leave a good impression on the customer base, but Bond could only sigh at what he felt was akin to a dad joke. At present, Top Frog had about 20 branches established around the capital region, and it was showing no signs of slowing down in its expansion. Bond was currently visiting the very first branch situated in Harajuku, a place often cited as paradise by the biggest Garo Froggy fans. That it is. It is. Garo Froggy paradise. Bond, however, quickly came to regret this decision.
なあ、ゆあちゃん。帰っていいか?
I want the blue Garo Froggy. He spoke in a low voice to Yua, the girl that had guided him to the shop.
でも、百瀬さんからゲロカエルンを買ってくるように頼まれてるんじゃ。
だってよ、おじさんだけ明らかに浮いてるからさ。
Scores of young people happily trotted along Takashita Dori, but the vast majority passed by without even so much as glancing at the shop. We already bought the Garo Froggy. Oh, this is just a normal-ass Garo Froggy. Why Only a few people were standing inside the actual store. In fact, aside from Bon and Yua, there were only 3 customers in total, all of which were high school girls. Due to Bon's unkempt appearance, walking along to Takashita Dori with Yua inevitably served to portray him as a man of obscene intentions. He was just going to buy one of the plushes that was so popular nowadays, but that was what any stereotypical old pervert would say, a notion that brought down Bon's spirits considerably. On top of that,
なんか誰かに見られてるような気がするんだよな。いい年して自意識過剰かもしんねえが。
あ、それ私もです。最近誰かの視線を感じて、たまにすごく怖くなるんですよ。
なんで俺だけじゃなかったか。ゆあちゃんの場合は心配だな。ストーカーに付け狙われてたりしたら。
そんな怖いこと言わないでください。
ねえ、安心しな。そんな奴がいたら俺が逮捕してやるから。
resolving the topic with a grin, Bon stared fixedly at the various frog characters lined up along the shelves. They better have a real good one. At least a Garo Froggy with like a hat. At least this is just a normal ass Garo Froggy. Wait for Friday for this?
あんまり客がいねえようだが。静かなブームってやつなのか？
金曜日から日曜日にかけてはすごく混んでるらしいです。あ、つまりその新作が発売されて
How many chapters are left? I'm not really sure. So for a while, I was feeling like we were like in like the last chapter or so of the game, but there's been so much fluff here in the last 3 hours that I'm not so sure about that anymore.
特に金曜日はものすごく並ぶらしくて、学生のために18時に販売開始なんですけど、噂だとその行列だけで
You figure in like the last hour things would get real lean. No. Don't tell me.
週末だけねえ。ますます怪しいな。
Bon went to pick up 2 of the teary Garo Froggies that are released this week, then headed to the... Show me it! Just let me see it! Yua, not buying anything herself, followed behind him. Show me the teary Garo Froggy. Now! Put it on the screen! Welcome, my dude. The store employee was a vacuous-looking man in his 20s. His hair had been dyed green, and he had earrings in. If he were not behind the register, he certainly would not look like a clerk to the passing observer. At the very least, it was no outfit to be serving customers in. The employee stared at the 2 without relent, nor restraint.
娘さんへのプレゼントってやつっすか？
そうなんだよね。この子がどうしてもって言うから。まあ、たまには父親らしいことしてやらんとね。
Bon forced a smile as he looked ingratiatingly at the younger shop clerk. Yua's gaze fell to the floor as her face turned to one of shock. Nonetheless, she didn't break the father-daughter charade.
それよりこのカエルに興味あるんだけど、ちょっと話聞かせてもらっていいかな？ゲコカエルンってそんなに人気あるの？
Gecko frog. What the?
ゲロカエルんすよ。
They're Garo froggies. You doof?
ゲプカエルンね。
Yep,
いつも
Gepu
週末に新
froggies.
作が出るんでしょ。
ゲロカエルんだって言ってんじゃんマジ。っていうか新作とかそういう言い方マジやめてよ。新ガエルだから。
They're avant-Garo buddies. Yeah.
金土日と超並んでバンバン売れるんでマジやばいっすよ。マジでバンバン売れるっすから。バンバンっすよマジで。
Yua's brow narrowed in response to the young man. Bonkers seemed to be a favorite word of the shop clerk, and something felt odd to her about it. Why is he emphasizing part of it so much, she wondered. It likely was not intentional, but almost felt like the young clerk was saying Bond's name in some capacity.
これメイドインチャイナってラベルに書いてあるだけなんだけど、メーカーとかわかる？
は？メーカー？つうかゲロガエルにブランドとかねえし、ゲロガエルンはゲロガエルンじゃね？それで完結してね？
Yeah, they're free
待
creatures.
ち受けんだけど。教えとくと、ゲロガエルンって作ってんじゃねえから。マジバンバン生まれてっから。
Whoa, what? Unsurprisingly, the conversation was getting to be a bit much for Bond, leaving him on the verge of rupture. In order to prevent this, he swiftly ended the conversation, handed over the money, then left the shop with Yua in tow. I still didn't get to see that teary Garo Froggy!
店員の教育がなってねえな。今時の若い連中ときたらもうろくに会話もできやしねえ。大体なんだあの格好はもう。
Damn.
そうですね。
I guess I'll have to watch the anime if I want to see the teary Garo Froggy. Yua came to an abrupt halt. She grabbed Bond's suit cuff and pulled him to a stop as well.
見てください、バンさん。
どうした？
Yua was pointing in the direction of a white 2-ton truck. It was pulled over on the side of the road, and a number of cardboard boxes were being unloaded from the cargo bin. The boxes were carried one after another into the back of the Garo Froggy shop.
おお、明日発売になるゲジカエルンの新作か。
Garo Frogapedes?
ゲロカエルンです。
ゆあちゃん、よく見つけたな。偉いぞ。
いえ、そんな。
Usually, the cargo bed of a truck would have a company name or logo emblazoned on it somewhere, but the one before Bon and Yua was completely blank. However, the cardboard boxes being carried inside had something resembling a company name written beside a few Garo Froggy illustrations.
有限会社振興。聞いたことあるかい？
ありません。
となれば困った時のももちゃん頼みだな。
Okay, cool. We know the source of the Garo Froggies. We parted ways with Misumi-kun at the station, then headed straight back to my base. The whole way there, it felt like I was stumbling my way through a nightmare. Nanami's face kept popping into my mind, and each time it did, her expression was different. Nanami had always been the type to wear wear her heart on her sleeve. When she was angry, she'd puff out her cheeks and pout. When she was happy, she'd smile so wide it'd make even me embarrassed. Memories of all those different expressions made my heart thump again and again, almost painfully so. That phone call from before, the things she'd said, what the hell had they meant? They could only mean that the bandage wrapped around her arm when I'd seen her at school must have been. Where could she be now? At school? Or maybe she already gone back home.
Taku, ほら、前見て歩かないと転んじゃうよ。
Supported by Rimi, the two of us came out on the roof. Damn.
どうしたの？
これから実家に帰ってみようと思うんだ。
これから？急だね。
歩いても30分もかからないところなんだ。それで一緒についてきてほしい。
As I made that request, I was so nervous my heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. I was even somewhat surprised that those words had managed to come out of my mouth at all. Asking someone for something, it was something I'd never been able to do before now.
わかった。
Okay.
ねえ、私のこと ご家族に紹介してくれる？
What? Remy peered at my face with a somewhat mischievous look.
タクのお家にお邪魔することになれば顔を合わせることになるでしょ。タクはどうするつもりなのかなって思って。ねえ、どう？
Wasn't that an event that only came after you started dating? Remy and I weren't a couple. At least for now anyways. Hang on. What had I just said? For now. Was I seriously thinking we had a chance at ending up together? Yes, Remy was really nice to me, but at the end of the day, I was an otaku freak. There was no getting away from that. No chance in hell it was ever happening. No point in even hoping for it too. Quit being such a conceited loser, Takumi.
タク、教えてってば。
How was I supposed to answer that? Telling Remy that I'd introduce her would be expecting way too much. But saying I would introduce her would probably hurt her.
ああ、もう、ちれったいな。こうなったら、はっきり言わせてもらっちゃおうかな。紹介して。
はい。
Caught off guard by her, I nodded in spite of myself, but Remy seemed perfectly satisfied with my answer.
計算通り。
A familiar voice reached my ears. Oh, cool! Surprised, I turned to where the voice had come from, only to find Nanami hiding in the shadows of the container house. Smiling.
Nanami!
Smiling. Nanami! Why was Nanami here? And that happy smile on her face. It was worlds away from what she'd been like over the phone, almost like she was a completely different person. Bewildered, my mind went completely blank, and yet, despite my confusion, Nanami trotted over to me with a spring in her step. Yay! Yay! And gave Remy a high five. Huh? But why? She was acting almost like they knew each other. I never heard anything about the two of them being friends.
おに、びっくりした？実は全部ナナとリミさんの作戦だったんだよ。
作戦？
そう、名付けてお兄とリミさんの仲を既成事実にしちゃおう作戦。お兄があんまりにも奥手で全然リミさんの気持ちに気づこうとしないからナナが協力したの。
You're kidding!
じゃあお前手首の包帯とかさっきの電話とかは？
It was part of the prank, dude!
お兄ったら本気でナナが心配してるからちょっとかわいそうになっちゃった。
Nanami laughed without even a hint of guilt. My anger flared. This fucking bitch.
ごめんね、タク。騙すようなことしちゃって。リミさんは謝らなくてもいいの。お兄が超鈍感なのが悪いんだから。
I fell to my knees, crestfallen. I was filled with anger and frustration. Anger at being deceived. Anger at being treated like an idiot for actually worrying about Nanami. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand how Nanami had decided to do things. But rising above all that anger came a certain feeling. One about all my worries being unfounded. One about Nanami being safe. Not only safe, but more lively than ever. My feelings of ease and relief toward those things were far stronger than any anger I could have had. And the suffocating threads of tension coiled around my body were cut away in an instant.
タク、大丈夫？お兄、落ち込んでないで。ほら、立って。これからお父さんとお母さんにリミさんを紹介しに行かなくちゃいけないんだから。3人で一緒に帰ろう。
I couldn't believe how much of a brat my sister was, making a fool out of me, her own brother, time and time again. Although sulking somewhat, I reluctantly rose to my feet. Remy and Nanami both smiled joyfully, then grabbed one of my hands each. Pulled along by them, I set off. I had a hunch that things would be pretty fun from now on. Like a peaceful, bright future was ahead of me. Suddenly, A high-pitched sound pierced my ears. One that almost sounded like a woman's scream. It brought me back to my senses and forced me to realize that Nanami showing up, her strategy, they were all just a convenient delusion for me. A strong gust of wind swept over the rooftop. The air trembled. My vision was overwhelmed by a blinding sheet of deep crimson. With no idea what had just happened, I turned my face to the light. And then I looked on top of the container house. There she stood. Oh, hey, what's up? Aoi Sena, D-sword in hand. The source of the light was her D-sword, glimmering against the sky. But something was strange. When I'd seen it before, Sena's D-sword had emitted a blue glow. The sound vanished. The wind stopped.
答える。
Her voice was sharp, her glare cold. Her eyes glistened with unmistakable animosity.
これを書いたのはお前か？
As she spoke, she thrust out a piece of paper with LR2, IR2, not LR2, IR2, IR2 scribbled on it. My essay. For some reason, it was all scrunched up. Why did Sena have it? Why was Sena here? Illegal trespassing. Those words popped into my head, immediately followed by the realization that she searched my room. But what for?
答えろと言っている。
そうだけど、だから。
匠さん。
Next came the sound of Kozupi's inner voice. Kazupi. She was behind Sena. She was clinging to Sena's legs, and her face was peeking out from behind them. She had an urgent look on her face as she looked at me. Oh. Oh shit. Huh? Right as Kozupi screamed, Sena leapt from the roof. She held the sword high and... Whoa! Rimi yanked my arm and I fell backwards. I quickly looked back up and saw the place I had been standing only moments prior. Sena's sword had hollowed out the floor of the rooftop. It had such insane destructive power, such a tremendous sharpness, that it didn't feel real. The impact had been great enough to destroy the concrete, and yet the sword didn't even have a scratch on it. Weren't the D-swords supposed to be things people couldn't see, let alone touch? A certain term crossed my mind. Wheel booted. Real boot. Her sword had been real booted. Through the mutual recognition of the four people here, Sena's D-sword had gone from her delusion to reality. It was now a great sword that could cut down a person for real. If Rimi hadn't pulled me away in time, I would have been bisected from head to toe by that beautiful sword of hers. It would have been instant death. Shivers ran down my entire body. Just now, Sena had unmistakably tried to kill me. Why? My head was overrun with confusion. The two of us had been eating Crunchy Coons together the other day. Kazupi had been there with us. Kazupi, why? It was true that a relationship wasn't far enough for me to call us friends. And that even back then, Sena had been acting scary the whole time. But even so, she shouldn't have hated me enough to suddenly come after me with a D-sword. Sena raised her head. She glared at me even more intensely than before. Her movements were incredibly fast. In spite of the fact that she was holding a gigantic sword. Whoa! She kicked off the ground like she was starting a 500-meter dash. Oh, I feel it! I feel it! The tip of her sword scraped against the ground as she brandished it. Closing the distance between us, she raised the weapon above her head. face height. In that instant, my instincts worked out exactly what kind of situation I was in. She was serious. Sena was deathly serious. As I lay face up in a total heap, I let out a shriek. I couldn't run away. None of this made any sense. Getting a game over like this, desperately running away from Shogun, yet getting surprise attacked by Sena as a result of it. It was far too ridiculous. Far too sudden. I didn't want this. I didn't want to die. I really didn't want to die. Right then, a single silhouette leapt above me and landed between me and Sena. When I looked to see who it was, I realized it was Rimi. She stretched out her arms wide to bar the way from the approaching girl. Was she putting her life on the line just to shield me? But if she did that, she was gonna die. I didn't want that. Suddenly, what Kozubi had said before reappeared in my mind. Pale light leaked past Rimi's outstretched arms. Rimi. Unifying the overflowing light, she placed her arms together. Oh! Jesus. The air warped and shook. Coming seemingly from thin air, feathers of shining light burst around Rimi and danced in the surrounding air. And then what appeared in her hands. Effortlessly, there we go, blocked the fierce downward swing of Sena's gigantic sword. Effortlessly. It was all too graceful to be called a sword, all too ephemeral. Enough to easily be mistaken for the wings of an angel! Then I realized a certain fact. That she, Sakihara Rimi, was a giglomaniac. Oh my god, my girlfriend has a big D sword! Cool! She looks like a bug now. Overwhelmed with shock, Aosena looked at the face of the girl that stood before her. That winged sword that she had so effortlessly blocked the attack of the D sword was clearly a D sword itself. If the girl she faced now was not accustomed to wielding a D sword, she would have not been able to block Sena's attack with such perfect timing. Wowie zowie! Kozue stared down at the three people from atop the container house, as if she was a spectator. Her dangling legs swung back and forth again and again. Sure, acting carefree for someone who ruined my surprise attack, thought Sena, clicking her tongue inside her head. However, despite her moving thoughts, she did not remove her gaze from Rimi's eyes. Her opponent had a brooding look on her face. Nishijo Takumi moaned from behind Rimi, having sunk to the ground in a pathetic display. Sena's target was ultimately him, so she had no intent on fighting Rimi. Besides, this was no manga, nor was it an anime, so a D-sword battle was not a particularly realistic thing to occur. It's an anime, bro. Sena had been interrupted by a quiet, sorrowful yet decisive response. Upon hearing that, Sena tightened the grip on her D sword.
それならタクを覚醒させればもっと大変なことになる。その前に殺す。
Yeah, do it.
無理だよ。
Sena decided that there was no point in talking further. She brandished her sword in an lie stance. Before her, Rimi stood readily. Nishijo Takumi lay about 5 long strides away from her. At this distance, it would take 3 seconds to resolve things completely. Yai. Yai? No, lie. Yai. That's not real. Nice try, bucko. Sena rushed towards Rimi from the front. Aiming straight for the girl, she swept her D-sword towards her flank. Rimi attempted to block it like before, but... Sena's strike had been a feint. Her sword passed through both Rimi's sword and her body. She had released the real boot. At present, Sena's D-sword was no more than a delusion. It could touch nothing, it could cut nothing, it could kill nothing. Hey, what's up? But that had been her very aim. Due to having twisted her body to block the attack, Rimi's reactions would be slowed. During that time frame, Sena had already slipped past her and made it 2 steps closer to Takumi. Oh! She reloaded the sword once again in an instant. This is it! Takumi faced Sena with eyes of fear as she effortlessly real-booted the sword. He's gonna die! With her D-sword that had once again become real, she moved to pierce Takumi's heart.
Sena.
Huh? A figure flew past the corner of her vision. The instant she heard its voice, the girl, fiercely shaken by it, missed her target. Missed her target. The tip of the sword grazed Takumi's leg and stabbed into the concrete. Sena slowly raised her head. Then let out an angry growl. At the edge of the roof, their form lit by the backdrop of the setting sun, stood a single man, like a phantom among the corporeal. Oh, it's the homeless man. Cool. His face was pale, deathly so. The pupils that resided within his sunken eyes were surrounded by bloodshot whites. His head hung towards the concrete, his face without expression. The instant Sena saw the man, neither Takumi nor anyone else or anything else mattered to her anymore. The man Sena had chased after without end, her sole object of hatred. The man that had abandoned her and betrayed his family entirely. That very man now stood right before her very eyes.
ようやく見つけた。
Sena took a step towards the man, gritting her teeth to hold back her overflowing hatred. She once again brandished her D-sword. Another step forward.
どうしようもなかった。私はお前の母さんを生贄に捧げるしかなかったんだ。
黙れ。
母さんの最後はとても安らかなものだったよ。だからセナ、安心してほしい。母さんのおかげで素晴らしい実験結果が出た。母さんは世界のために役立ったんだ。お前も母さんの功績を誇っていい。
黙れよ。
The saxophone in the background reminds me so much of Deadly Premonition right now. Blood rushed to Seina's head, rendering her no longer able to see anything other than the man that stood before her. She dashed. It happened in an instant. She flew at the man's breast, closed the distance between herself and it, and then sunk her D-sword deep into its center. That was Seina's long-held desire. She had roamed Shibuya daily for the sole purpose of killing this man. She had dreamt of the day she would kill him countless times. It had never left her mind. She went to remove her sword, which would grant her the opportunity to move away from the man. But before her sword would come free, the man wrapped his arms around Seina and gently embraced her. Her entire body stood on end. Wait. Yep, okay. Him doing this now, after everything that had happened, only served to nauseate her. Long ago in the distant past, the bond of family between Seina and the man had been severed. Even so, for some reason she was unable to comprehend, Seina could not bring herself to throw off the man, an inability that deeply surprised her. His warmth, his large chest, the deeply real presence of her father, her hands dyed in red. Got him! When she heard that whisper, Seina immediately understood. Error slipped into dead spots. Psychological attacks. Enchantment. Seeing someone's delusions. When Seina realized her mistake, it was already too late. She lost her balance, and together with the man, her body was cast off the roof. To Seina, the ground that lay 8 stories below looked oh so far away. Unable to comprehend what the hell is going on, all I could do was watch the scene unfold. Seina had suddenly run to the edge of the roof, lost her balance for no reason I could see, and was about to plunge to the ground right this very second. Her body was about to disappear beyond the edge. I could only let out a whisper. I tightly closed my eyes. She had committed suicide. Seina had intentionally dove to her death. I didn't understand why. As if I could understand. She'd assaulted me out of nowhere. Serves her right. That girl had just been yet another enemy. No matter how long I waited, the resounding splat of her body hitting the concrete did not come. I timidly opened my eyes and tried to see what was going on. Seina wasn't falling. Instead, she was on her knees. Remy stood right beside her. She was holding Seina's arm. Had Remy saved her? Seina threw her D-sword away and started crying like a child. What the hell was even going on anymore? From my perspective, it looked like Seina had tried to die of her own volition. Remy had done something to Seina. The usually bright and happy girl I was used to felt like an entirely different person now. A brooding face, sorrowful whispers, quivering eyes. The girl standing over there wasn't the Remy I knew. A voice reverberated in my mind. Kazupi hadn't moved from her position on top of the container house, meaning she was still staring down at us.
しようとしてるならカズピ許さないぽん。崎畑さんのことバラバラにしちゃうよ。
A chill ran down my spine. Kozupi was speaking with her usual her usual airheaded anime-esque tone of voice, but the things she was saying were deadly serious. Blink.
もう終わり。もともと葵さんのことどうこうするつもりはないし、タクの前から消えてくれるならこのまま解放する。それは無理だって、コズピーとセナちゃんとタクミちゃんはお友達だもん。ねそうでしょタクミちゃん。
The gears in my mind refused to move. If someone told me that everything that happened was a dream, I'd probably believe them just like that. Come to think of it, why had Sena attacked me so suddenly? Was Sena my enemy after all?
お前のせいだ。
Sena raised her head as she sobbed. She made no attempt to wipe away her tears and stayed on the ground where she had fallen to her knees. Her gaze was fixed on me.
お前のせいで私の家族は。
I was completely bewildered. She was launching nothing but raw emotion at me. What the hell did she think I'd done? I hadn't done anything. I hadn't screwed with anyone's lives, and I certainly didn't know a damn thing about Sena's family. I was harmless as could be.
無害だと。
She read my mind.
お前が生み出したものが世界を滅ぼすかもしれないっていうのに。
Destroy the entire world. More Chuny shit again? I turned my gaze to Rimi for help, but she had her back to us. She stared vacantly at the darkening sky.
無駄だよ。
Her figure, her voice, was the sheer loneliness they gave off, merely in my imagination?
タクは何も知らないから。
With that statement, Rimi spoke as if she knew everything that there was to know.
ふざけるな！今渋谷を襲っている混乱は全部あの公式が発端なんだぞ。
Formula?
それ以上言わないで。タクは本当に何も知らないの。
From the sounds of it, she was talking about me, but I couldn't follow the conversation at all.
公式ってこれのこと？
Kozupi leapt down from the container house, holding my essay in her hand. She held out the back of the essay. She held out the back of the essay to us. I saw what I doodled on it back in elementary school. IR2. The chaos infesting Shibuya right now had started from this? Talk about an absurd accusation. There was no way in hell some random doodle could affect anything, let alone of that magnitude. I just doodled that thing on a complete whim when I was bored or something. Probably. It was a long time ago, so I didn't remember it at all. But I did know that there was no real meaning behind it. I just copied down the numbers I'd seen in a dream. It was a dream related to Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes, which I'd written about on the front. I'd used those words all the time since even before I'd written it, and whenever I had, it would all take shape in my dreams more and more. Within one of those dreams were those numbers.
FUN の10乗かける
Fun.
INT の40乗イコール IR2。
Okay. After a while, Sena wiped the tears from her eyes. Now they were a deep scarlet. while still on the ground, while still hanging her head down in regret, she formed a sentence.
この公式をお前が生み出した瞬間、世界は分岐したんだ。
Diverged. Oh well. We'll talk about it later, I guess.
中核システムに組み込まれたとある方程式です。これは人類史上未だ回答が見つかっていないとされているもの。
ミレニアム7のうちの一つかね。
Millennium Prize problems. That one of them Yu-Gi-Oh things? A series of 7 math problems that were published in the year 2000 by the Clay Mathematics Institute in the United States. The 7 problems had never been solved prior to their publication, and a $1 million prize was promised to anyone that managed to solve any of the 7. As of 2007, only one of the problems had been solved, and there are 6 remaining. I need to save the video game, because it's been a little bit. Yes.
億単位の懸賞金がかけられているという数学界で未だ未解決の7つの問題か。
いいえ。
Why would you make 7 problems if you can't solve them? I make problems for people every day.
ですが、実はミレニアム7はもともと問題が8つあった。公開前に1つだけ削除されたのです。
Whoa, a secret problem.
それがノア2に組み込まれている方程式だと。
削除された理由は？
世界に最悪をまき散らす可能性があるためというところです。
Oh yeah?
一体どのような数式なのだ？
Elaborate? Maybe in the next scene.
相互作用における電磁気力を想定した共鳴現象。それを表す計算式です。
It's a resonance phenomenon which speculates on electromagnetic forces within the fundamental interactions. That is what the formula conveys. Sorry, I just needed to read it aloud so my brain could start to process it. Fundamental interaction. In physics, this refers to any of the 4 basic forces that interact between elementary particles. These are electromagnetic interaction, gravitational interaction, weak interaction, and strong interaction. A theory that explains all elementary particles and 4 fundamental interactions in a unified manner has yet to be established. If such a theory were ever finalized, it is predicted that it would be able to consistently explain everything from the subatomic scale to the far corners of the universe.
これにより、特定の電磁パルスと受容体とが近接作用することで発現する未知の力が解明されました。各国が30年以上かけて開発し積み上げてきた沈黙の兵器の研究成果を一瞬にして過去のものとしてしまったんですよ。
その問題に回答を見つけた者は神になるに等しいというわけだ。
それを君が果たしたというわけかね。
それはとても不思議な場所から見つかりました。子供の落書きというね。
Oh, huh.
IR ノア2のいわゆるハードウェア部分はこの公式によって神に匹敵する能力を手に入れました。
Okay.
あとはソフトウェア部分に相当するギガロマニアックスのコードサンプルを集めればノア2は本格的に稼働し我々の望むものすべてを実現してくれるでしょう。
かのアインシュタインが現代に生きていればと思うよ。彼は高い能力を持つギガロマニアックスだったと聞く。
I bet.
家庭の話よりも
Yo,
現状がどうなっているかだ。
that'd make a really cool game. I hope that's what the next one's about.
ギガロマニアックスは世界中に数えるほどしかいないというではないか。 大丈夫なのか？
すでに5人分のサンプルは確保しました。
ノア2稼働に十分な数は集まったようだね。
ならば結構。
ただサンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は向上します。特にどうしてもサンプルを採取したいギガロマニアックスの少年が一人いましてね。
だからといって計画の遅延は許されんぞ。
ノア2の本格稼働はいつ頃になりそうなのかね。
稼働前に最終実験としてサードメルトを行います。
また地震を起こそうと？
予測規模は？
想定では関東大震災と同レベル。
関東大震災クラスだと？
マグニチュード 7.9 だったかな。
What do you think Einstein's D sword would look like? A big fat blunt, maybe. That'd be cool.
現在の建築基準と免震対策レベルを考えれば町にかつてほどの大きな損害を及ぼすことはないでしょ
う。だが犠牲者の数はファーストセカンドの日ではなかろう。
およそ5000人ほどといったところです。
Damn.
少なく見積もってですが。問題が？
責任は貴様が取るのだろうな。
腹でも切って死んでみせますか？これが最終実験です。サードメルトが予定通りの成果を上げたとき、ノア2は完全なる完成を見る。世界の可能性は我らの手の中に。
Whoa, I still hear it. I still hear it. I still hear it.
この公式をお前が生み出した瞬間、世界は分岐したんだ。
分岐って？
What, like with routes? This isn't an arrow gay.
タク、もう行こう。話聞
Or
く
is
必要
it?
なんてないよ。
Or is it? Maybe? Rimi pulled on my hand, pleading me to go inside my room. Her demeanor oozed feelings of desperation. Rimi was afraid of something.
葵さんが言ってることは全部嘘っぱちだし。
嘘はそっちだろ。
葵さん、もう帰って。タクの前から消えてよ。
Who should I believe?
たかが数式になんでそんなに目くじら立てるんだよ。
本当に何も分かってないのか。アインシュタインが唱えた E=MC の事情、これが発表されたことで核兵器が開発されるという未来が生まれたように。
An equation in the theory of special relativity, as defined by Albert Einstein. It stands for energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. This equation shows that mass and energy are equivalent.
お前の生み出した IR2 もまた E=MC の事情と同じ、いや、それ以上の影響力を世界に与えている。
What is fun in the equation?
沈黙の兵器を現実のものとした。
沈黙の兵器？
思考盗撮、視覚投影、五感制御。
Wasn't that the patented technology Sena had told me about before? The one that she was investigating?
ギガロマニアックスは特別。いや、異常ではなくなる。これからはこの忌々しい力を誰もが自由に使えるようになるんだ。IR2 を元に作られた装置によってな。もっとも、その前に一握りの腐った連中に独占され、人々は気づかないうちに家畜同然の立場になるよう洗脳されてしまうだろうが。
How would I have known all of this? go on and on about this shit till the end of time. It still wouldn't change that I didn't know anything. Even if Sena was speaking the truth, I never would have intentionally tried to make something so horrifying. Not in a million years. It was just the doodle I made. I hadn't done anything wrong. Wowie zowie.
それならそのアイアーム2は
IR2
それはギガロマニアックスの力のことをキュッピーンって説明したものなんだ、やっぱりあのおじさんが言ってたのは本当だったのら。一番重要なのはその目、誰の目を生み出した少年なんだって。それってタクミちゃんのことだったんだね。
Kozupi spoke in a carefree tone. I would never be able to act as innocent as she could. Just like me, Rimi also showed no signs of answering. Sena, meanwhile, opened her eyes wide and raised her head with a start. She rose to her feet, staggering. Why was her footing so unsteady? Did it have something to do with what Rimi had done to her earlier?
お前今なんて言った？
Oopie? Sena drew closer to the puzzled girl, pressing her for answers.
おじしゃんって誰のことだ？
コズピーに理想度の大切さを教えてくれた人。東京に来て初めて話した人なの。
Oopie's awfully close to Oopa, don't you think?
へんてこなこと書いた板持ってたの。世界は終わるとかとか。
なんでそれを早く言わなかった？
そんなこと言われても。
あいつだ。やっと見つけた。
Me, Rimi, and Kozupi, the three of us, unable to understand what Sena meant, could only watch with confusion as Sena's blood-curdling demeanor boiled and bubbled.
私はやっとあいつを殺せる。
Okay. There had once been a certain experiment, but it was an experiment she had known nothing of. She was a perfectly ordinary housewife and had been blessed with a second child in her womb before turning 40. No, perhaps perfectly ordinary might not have fit her quite so well. After all, her eldest daughter was already old enough to enter high school, a 15-year gap from the second child. She had been slightly worried that her eldest daughter, adolescent that she was, would oppose the pregnancy. However, the exact opposite proved to be true. Her daughter's heart sang when she heard the news. Her husband, an established scientist, often lost himself in his research and faith. And I keep this fucking baby. Shut up. And rarely ever came home to his family. But when he was home, he always did his best to be a good husband and father. So while she housed some dissatisfactions, shut up, they would never surpass the love she held for her husband. Her second child was delivered without issue, a healthy girl of 2,579 grams. She named the child Mana. Soon after, her husband was unfortunately made to transfer far away. Her husband held no capacity to support himself, with even the most basic of life skills, forcing her to ask her stable daughter to go with him and tend to her father's needs. Since she was now living alone with the newborn Mana, they then opted to move to an affordable company housing as per her husband's plan. She had initially been living in an apartment within the suburbs, but this made transportation inconvenient. The new company house, however, was in the best area in Shibuya, and many of her husband's colleagues' families lived close by. Her considerate husband claimed that this was because of this, there would be nothing to worry about in her times of need, including when she needed help with the baby. Okay. Oh, thank God. Every room in the company house was spacious, and she particularly favored the bedroom. One wall was home to a large mirror, and the opposite wall had an even larger window. From there, she could view the luscious greenery of Yoyogi Park. She then went to quickly befriend a housewife living close by and received extraordinary treatment from the company, namely being provided a housekeeper. She was proud of her husband for holding such an important position within his company, one that allowed her to live in such a luxurious way. And so, her life without worries nor dissatisfaction continued. 2 years passed. While Mana had experienced delayed growth, she had grown into a healthy child, all while not contracting any major illnesses. She was a very pampered child. If she did not cradle Mana in her arms, the child would start crying in a voice so shrill it would shatter even the thickest glass. Regrettably, she had fallen ill about a month prior. A particularly grave symptom was a fierce tinnitus, something she suffered from throughout most hours of the day. Fortunately for her, the housekeeper and the housewife next door were more than willing to assist her with taking care of Mana. Regardless of the help she received, she was essentially joined at the hip with Mana, and it's still there. It's still there. I can't even mute it. I was never able to part from her for a moment. Even when going to the bathroom, even when taking a bath. If a thought were to even cross her mind about having the housekeeper cradle the baby for a short time, Mana would detect these intentions and immediately burst into tears. Contrary to what one might surmise, she actually found endearment in how much Mana clung to her, but due to the inseparability of the two, she continued to live a life where she could never take even a single step out of her own home. Her lifestyle was entirely supported by the housekeeper and the housewife. For her, meeting the two had become her true saving grace. Okay. You done? Done? Okay. However, over time, something odd began to happen with the two helpers. During a friendly chat in the living room that had occurred a week prior, the housewife had spontaneously vomited without warning. Paying no heed to the confusion she showed, the housewife then rushed outside. She had not seen her since, leaving her to worry that she had perhaps fallen ill. Concerned, she decided to ask the housekeeper if she could check on her. As the housekeeper left that day, she made her request, concluding with an, "I'd love your help tomorrow as well, dear." And yet, when the housekeeper heard these words, she suddenly burst into tears, and could only nod again and again as she departed. The tinnitus that had been tormenting her so became fiercer that night, to the point where it felt as if her head itself might split apart. Please, please do. She tried calling an ambulance, but the line refused to connect. She then tried going outside to ask the neighboring housewife for help, but even that proved too much for her. Throughout all of this, her daughter had continued to cry incessantly, further agitating her pain. In order to endure this terrible pain, she embraced her beloved Mana, and as she did so, both the tinnitus and the crying abruptly stopped. The pain in her head vanished just as suddenly, almost as if it had never been there to begin with. She then looked down only to see that the child she was holding now was a mummified corpse. What? In spite of how heavily it had been crying until that very moment, the body had suddenly become a desiccated, rotting mound of flesh, one that gave off the most repulsive stench. And so, before she could ever realize it was all an experiment, her mind broke. She was mind broken by science. There had once been a certain experiment, but it was an experiment that ran differently to how he had hypothesized. He was a scientist at Nozomi Technology, a follower of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, the man at the center of Nozomi's strictly confidential Project Noah, and the man that had deciphered the fun times int equals IR2 formula. He had offered his wife on the verge of childbirth as a test subject for the experiment. While that had been an instruction from the founder that he revered, it had been just as much his own suggestion, all to ensure the success of the experiment. It was christened the Mana Experiment, after the codename given to their second daughter. His eldest daughter of 15 was placed in a Cosmic Church of Divine Light institution, all while he observed his confined wife and infant for 24 hours a day. His wife had been led to believe that the place she resided in was a company house, but in reality, it was a test site that Nozomi Technology had prepared, a site containing the Noah 2 prototype that he was developing. Mind reading, visual projection, and control over the 5 senses. In order to research the effects of such practices, he locked his wife and daughter, Mana, in the site as test subjects. Not much was known about the effects of electromagnetic radiation on the human body, so he very much intended to halt the experiment immediately if his wife or child showed any strange abnormalities. The experiment was then met with an unfortunate accident soon after it began. Mana passed away at 1 month of age, her cause of death unknown. It was an accident nobody could have prevented. He was overcome with sorrow and attempted to bring the experiment to a close, and yet, such a thing was not permitted to him. Those were the words of his employer. His employer was referring to the bizarre sight visible within the experiment. His wife did not seem to recognize Mana's death as real, and instead treated her remains as if they were still her child. In her eyes, Mana had never died. But in truth, these things were all a simple projection, a reality only she was privy to. This was an effect of the Noah 2 prototype, and in a certain sense, the situation provided an optimal opportunity to test its capabilities. Consequently, he had his wishes disregarded. Eventually, even he came to think that continuing the experiment would be best for his wife's sake. Looking upon the one-way mirror, his wife would embrace the corpse of their child and lived her every day in blissful happiness. She would gaze through the window towards the greenery of Yoyogi Park, but in reality, the window was a mere wallpaper and the scenery a projection, and yet she simply smiled at the view, all while gently tending to her child as she cooed. Staff belonging to the research team would take care of his wife, with one playing the role of a neighboring housewife and the other a housekeeper. As the experiment continued, her mind would never break. As such, he told himself that this was all for his wife's sake. Though in truth, perhaps his mind had already broken far beyond before his wife's ever could. At some point in time, his goal had changed from completing Noah 2 to forcing his wife to continue living an endless dream. After continuing the experiment for 2 years, his employer suddenly announced an end to the project.
データは十分取れました。ノア2本格稼働は間近です。この実験ももう続ける意味はないでしょう。
He vehemently opposed this, his desperation evident, and yet this passion had him branded a traitor, and he was subsequently removed from the project. As a gesture of kindness, he was permitted to be present at the test site on the final day of the experiment, albeit within restraints. And with him, his daughter, of whom he had not seen across those full 2 years, was forced to be present. A look of bewilderment rose to her face when she noticed him.
父さん、これはどういうこと？母さんに何をしたの？母さんが抱いているのは一体。
He was unable to answer. His guilt over what he had done prevented him from looking at his daughter in the eye. Meanwhile, the start of a ghastly ritual was drawing near. The housewife had long since become unable to endure Mana's rotting stench, and the housekeeper had left the test site in tears in response to his wife's words. Then the equipment was stopped. The dream ended. And his wife broke. In her eyes, what was once her child had suddenly transformed into a mummy, a sight that brought her to scratch at her scalp, tear out her hair, dig her fingernails into the flesh of her face, and then begin to ravenously devour the desiccated body of her own child. Through every tear of flesh, she continued to laugh maniacally, bang her head against the wall, before eventually, she took a kitchen knife, drove the blade into her own eyes, and died right where she stood. The daughter cried and screamed as she watched her mother's horrific end from beyond the one-way mirror. Hit the saxophone! It's so good. His daughter was taken away by 2 researchers, with one taking hold of each arm. He was not even granted the opportunity to pursue his only remaining relative. He blamed himself for everything, believing he had reaped what he himself had sowed. Regardless of his reasons, when he had resolved to continue the experiment 2 years ago, it had been obvious how things would end. Mere days after bearing witness to his wife's death, he vanished, and now nary a soul knew of his current whereabouts. After everything had settled, Sena had gone to interrogate Kazupi about something with bloodshot eyes, and then after doing that for a bit, she ran off somewhere on her own. But I, meanwhile, had just been staying put, still incredibly confused as to why Sena had become so obsessive all of a sudden. And now, I was trudging to Shimokitazawa. There's a lot of different looking syllables in that. My parents' house was only a short distance away. Walking from my base, it took less than a half hour. Could Nami be there? Though not as busy as Shibuya itself, the roads of Shimokitazawa were fairly crowded. I was still being hit by the aftermath of that Esper debacle. Namely, some passerby looked at me with mocking sneers, while others even took pictures of me with their phones. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and humiliation, I hurried along the road to home.
ごめんね。
Rimi's eyes were pointed to the ground as she said that. She was walking a bit behind me, and in the time we'd spent moving along, she'd already repeated those words over 10 times.
黙っててごめん。
Yeah, whatever. No matter how much she apologized, I had no way of answering. I didn't know anything about Rimi. Nothing had changed ever since we first met. And yet, she supported me. She stayed by my side. But at the end of the day, there was still so much I didn't know about her. Even so, I'd always brushed that issue out of my mind. Perhaps it was because something in me knew that she wouldn't stay with me if I knew the truth. And that terrified me.
どうして僕と一緒にいてくれるの？
I worked up the courage and asked her what was on my mind. I asked her the reason why she would stay with a guy like me. Was it because she was trying to lure me into a trap the entire time, just like Yua had? And yet, despite my suspicions, the answer she gave was nothing of the sort.
あなたに目覚めてほしくないの。普通の生活を送ってほしかった。
Didn't want me to awaken, like, as a giglomaniac? Rimi knew more about me than I did.
一体君は何者なの？
私は
Rimi hesitated a little.
私はタクの友達だって思ってる。友達でいたいな。
Stay that way as a friend! In other words, she was telling me to stop pushing. But there's no way I could stop there.
僕はギガロマニアックスなの。
そうとも言えるし、違うとも言える。
Which was it? Was she trying to dodge the question?
君は IR2 のこと知ってたの？
聞いたことがあるだけ。
She didn't say from who.
セナが言ってたのは本当なの？
嘘だよ。
Lies. Telling me it was all lies was a lie in and of itself. I could just tell from looking at her.
君は
I was about to ask more, but I held my tongue. Are you my enemy? Or are you my friend? Depending on the answer, I might not have been able to stay with Rimi, so I didn't ask. If I pretended that nothing had happened, I could keep on deceiving myself just as I had been up until now. That way might be easier for me. Happier even. Okay, that's what I was gonna do. I was just gonna keep being ignorant and keep living a lie. A lie told by Rimi. Rimi had saved my ass so many times already, so there was no way any harm would come to me if I did that. I deserved to live a normal life, just like she said.
ありがとう。
I averted my eyes from her and swapped out my question for a few words of gratitude.
守ってくれて。
タク。
I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I just continued walking towards my parents' house in silence. My eyes were eventually met with a familiar alleyway. It was a quiet, secluded residential area. Every now and then I could hear the faint sound of a train in the distance. I'd known this specific chunk of scenery ever since I was a little kid. This was where I'd grown up. I'd walked to both elementary school and middle school using this alleyway. If I headed through the narrow alleyway in front of me, my house would be right there. I was scared of seeing Nanami again, but I had to know for certain whether her arm was still there. I stopped and took a breath to calm myself, and then right when I was about to start walking again.
待って。
Huh? I turned around to see Rimi on the verge of tears.
どうしても行くの？ねえ、行かないで。もう普通じゃいられなくなるよ。私そんなの嫌だな。
What was that supposed to...
帰ろう。 あのコンテナハウスに帰ろう。私タクが望む限りずっと一緒にいるから。それで
And then they go back, and then it takes another chapter for them to go. No.
他愛もない話をして帰りに立ち食いそば屋さんとか CD ショップとかに寄って、そうやってこれからもやっていこうよ。
僕はナナミに会わなくちゃ。
いないよ、きっと。
Why was she so sure? Or was it just another lie? Would something bad happen to me if I went home?
私タクの悲しむ顔見たくない。
So you say.
もう謎かけみたいなことはやめてよ。
I had enough. She was telling me to stay ignorant forever? I couldn't go on like this, pretending like I knew nothing. Of course I couldn't. Each and every person I knew just kept hitting me with non-stop cryptic nonsense. It never ended. I really did want to stay ignorant. I really
実
did.
家に行っちゃいけない理由があるなら言ってよ。こんな中途半端なのうんざりなんだ。
Sick of it. Did I have any right to say that? Wasn't I the one who always half-assed everything? Who never said what I really meant? Wasn't I the one who always ran away from everything? Yeah, I was. All the more reason just to keep doing that, from now until forever. It was time to go home. Rimi was right. I didn't need to see Nanami at all. If I was planning on checking whether she had the right hand or not, then what the hell would I do if she didn't? Wouldn't that all be my fault? Nanami would hate me, resent me. All it would have done was solidify that I was a pathetic loser that couldn't even save his own little sister. If I left everything up in the air like it was now, I wouldn't have been loaded with guilt. So that was what I do. It was the optimal choice. No matter how many mysteries come your way, ignore them. Yeah, that's what I do. Shut yourself away from the world. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. True facts.
ナナがいないと何にもできないんだから。
ダメだ。
Nanami's cheerful voice popped into my head.
ダメだよ。
If I ran away now, I wouldn't be able to face Nanami for the rest of my life. I wouldn't be able to go back home for the rest of my life. I clenched my fists and stepped forward into the narrow alleyway that led to my parents' house. It was less than 50 meters away now. At first, I just speed walked. And then I started running. Running towards the home I'd been raised in. 30 meters to go. 20 meters. 10 meters. Zero meters. And when I looked, the house I knew was gone.
あれ?
The name on the door plate was wrong. It wasn't Nishijo. In fact, the entire shape of the house was wrong. It was far newer and nicer than the home I lived in. I looked around. I wondered if I'd mistaken one of the neighboring houses for mine. It'd be funny if that was just it, huh? But I hadn't. Actually, none of the surrounding scenery lined up with my memories. I considered that maybe I'd gotten lost or taken the wrong alley, but there was no way that could have happened. I recognized the entire route until now. I knew for a fact I remembered the route, but my home wasn't at the end of it. After taking the path from my memories, the scenery that should have been there hadn't appeared, and a completely unfamiliar one had instead. Hold on. What should have been a familiar place felt like it was setting foot. That I was setting foot in for the first time. Sorry.
照明ビューだ。
違うよ。
Remy stood right beside me. She had denied my words immediately.
この世界にタクの帰る場所はないの。
The sunset illuminated a lone corridor of the hospital. The lights were not turned on in the short period before night fell, rendering it fairly dim. The clamor of dinner time from before had calmed, and an eerie silence descended in its place. Shogun was slowly traveling down the corridor in his wheelchair. The creaking of the wheels echoed throughout the empty hall. Many nurses passed by him, but none spoke to him, nor even so much as glanced his way. Acting as though this was perfectly normal, Shogun continued to spin the wheels with his hands, emaciated skin and bone as they were. When he passed in front of one of the rooms, a male patient known as Yamai called out to him. He pointed at him with his index finger, sounding a frantic cry. Together with Yamai, the nurse had a face of complete befuddlement. The nurse looked around, then looked at the man with a forced smile on her face. Despite the fact that Shogun was passing through the corridor right before her very eyes, the nurse spoke as if there was no one there at all.
また山井さんは私のことからかってるんでしょう。でも今日は騙されませんからね。
アミーちゃん、ラウミーちゃん、タオミーちゃん。
Yamai became increasingly worked up as he continued to cry out. Oops. Hold on. Okay. Shogun simply ignored him and silently turned right at the end of the hallway. The wall, which had been cream-colored up until that very moment, suddenly changed to black. And yet, even though the wall stood right in front of him, Shogun did not halt his wheelchair. Right before he was about to collide with it, the black wall suddenly vanished. It quite literally had vanished. After the wall disappeared, a hidden corridor appeared from beyond its past reign. Shogun continued straight through it. He traveled another 20 meters before finally reaching a true dead end. At that dead end was a lone door to a hospital room. Shogun opened the door and headed inside. It was the Phantom Hospital room, the ghost story whispered about for many years, the tale of a room nobody knew of. And the person hospitalized within it, the name written upon the nameplate was... Huh. Hold on. I gotta save. What time is it? Fuck. It's already like 1:20. I was so sure that we'd be able to get through at least 2 chapters tonight. Boy, was I wrong. This one took 4.5 hours. It's getting good though. It is. It is. I think so. From the train windows, I'll go for a little bit. We'll get into it just a tiny bit because I'm sure there's a lot. I'm sure there's a lot here. Maybe cut off some for the next time. Anyways, from the train windows, an indigo blue could be seen permeating the sky. The trains of the Yamanote line grew chaotic as businessmen and students alike made their way back to their homes. Two of its passengers, Kusunoki Yua and Yasuji Ban, stood shoulder to shoulder as they shook along with the commuting train, holding on to its hanging straps for stability. They were admittedly an odd pair, and perhaps due to how much they stood out, Yua had been feeling constant gazes from all around her. It would stand to reason that this was why she repeatedly fidgeting with her hair and glasses. She still was not acquainted enough with the detective, Ban, to strike up a casual conversation with him. She had only met him a few days ago prior. After all, Shinjuku was only a single station away from Shibuya, and yet the 3 minutes it took to reach there felt helplessly longer than they should have. Ban simply stood silently, gazing out the window. He made no attempt to speak with Yua. Yua's current impression of Ban was that he did not seem to be a bad person, but that he was still somewhat frightening. She had met other detectives that were on the case involving her sister, but none of them had left an especially good impression. Perhaps that had left her with an unconscious prejudice against detectives, and by extension Ban. Or so she had concluded in her introspection.
だから地下15階の番人倒せば隠しダンジョン行けるだろ常識的に考えて
Yeah.
番人どこにいるかわからんなり
Ever since the two had boarded the train to Shinjuku Station, two men standing near the door had been talking in an excessively loud manner. Regardless of her desires, Yua was forced to listen to those two talking loud as could be, all without an ounce of consideration for those around them.
マップの左端の方だよ一目でわかるだろ番人
っていうか番人と警官の区別つかないぞなもし
いやいやどう見ても番人だろどこが警官なんだよ番人は銃持ってねえよ
Both of them wore plain clothes, bandanas, fingerless gloves, and bulging rucksacks on their backs. The two were a pair of so-called otakus. Yua herself was interested in and thus consumed both anime and manga, so it was not their appearances that left her surprised. She had simply never been to Akihabara before, so it was her first time seeing a stereotypical otaku, complete with the clothes and everything. Realizing her curious glances were quite rude, she quickly averted her eyes. In the seat directly in front of her, a high school girl with brown hair and a navy blue blazer was typing a message on her cell phone. Her gaudy artificial nails tapped on the screen rapidly, and every time her fingers moved, her cell phone strap of a pistol swung back and forth. Naturally, Yua had seen the contents of her message. This was not through any fault of her own, however. The girl was holding her phone horizontally, giving everyone around her free rein to see everything she wrote. It was so easy to see, in fact, that it was almost as if she wanted Yua to see it. So, like, yesterday, went to Mixer with, Coop, and was bring... Guy couldn't read room at all. So annoying. Like, oh my god. KY5. She's talking about Kentucky Route 5. Despite being a high school girl herself, you could not even begin to grasp the contents of the message. It was possible that it could have been Gyaru speak, but to her, it looked like nothing short of a coded message. All of a sudden, the voice of a child rang throughout the train's interior. Startled, Yua turned toward the source of the sound. A lone boy, about 5 years of age, stood right beside Ban. He held a squirt gun in his hand, its muzzle pointed straight at Ban. The boy even pulled the trigger, but no water came out of the end of it. Ban gave the child a big smile. His eyes, meanwhile, told a different story. However, despite the message Bond attempted to convey, the child showed no intention of stopping.
ノブ君やめなさい。
Yeah, kill him! A woman, likely his mother, rushed to her son's side. She turned towards Bond and politely bowed.
すいません。バーンバーン。ノブ君やめなさいって。
The mother scolded her son in an attempt to make him stop, but her reprimanding never extended beyond verbal. She did not take the water gun from him, nor did she attempt to grab his hand.
あ、本当にすいません。
ああ、構いませんよ。
バーンバーンバーン。おじさんが困ってるでしょう、ノブ君。
To Yua, the scene seemed very unnatural. The mother was clearly angry at her child and showed an apologetic demeanor towards Bond, but that was the only thing normal about it.
やめなさい、怒るわよ。
The boy remained completely indifferent and unresponsive, simply choosing to repeat the same word over and over again. And yet, despite his inaction, the mother made no attempts to stop him with anything other than words.
本当にすいません。バーンバーンバーン。
And for some reason, Bond simply sat there and let the boy do as he pleased. In the end, the scene continued on until they arrived at Shibuya Station. And then he followed them. Upon coming to a full stop at the station, the train doors opened, but the mother and son showed no signs that they intended to disembark. Aw, man! Relieved, Yua exited the platform along with Bond. Taking a peek at his expression, she saw a clearly forced smile sitting upon his face.
お急ぎ中のお客様にお知らせいたします。地下鉄番号門線。失礼しました。半蔵門線は人身事故の影響でただいま振り替え運転を行っております。
That was plot critical? Well, so it kind of is if you're paying attention to like 2 scenes back.
お客様には大変ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ございません。
最近よく感じるんだが。
A crowd of people came and went through the platform. As Bond walked through, along with the crowd towards Hachiko Gate, he began whispering to Yua.
まるで不特定多数の人間にストーカーされてるような気がするんだよな。
どういうことですか？
さっきみたいなことがよくあるって話さ。周囲の人間の何気ない行動がまるで自分への嫌がらせじゃねえかって思えてくるわけ。
Do you remember the Garo Froggy shop? Events such as those, ones that did not present much trouble, were becoming an everyday occurrence for him. Once he had begun picking up on it, it made it difficult for him to stay of sound mind.
まあ、考えすぎだろうが、俺みたいな地味なおっさんに興味があるやつなんてそうそういねえだろうし。ただ、集団ストーカーってのは確かに存在するんだよな。
Let's learn about gang stalking. Oh my god! An organized form of stalking. Despite what the name implies, it does not mean that a group of people simply follow a victim. Instead, it refers to repeat minor offenses, often various forms of harassment, perpetrated against an individual by several individuals. In some cases, the harassment is done with such utter sophistication that the victim has no way to perceive the many incidents as connected. Specific examples of this harassment may include a victim being repeatedly bumped into by various people they don't know, a car honking endlessly in front of the victim's house late at night, people the victim have never met before alluding to private information only the victim should know of. Even though each of these offenses are not a cause for worry when viewed alone, if they continue to occur several times a day over the course of several months, the victim will begin to deteriorate mentally. This eventually results in the victim growing terrified of everything around them, even the most mundane things that weren't actually intended to be part of the stalking effort, and no longer being able to trust anyone. However, there is a very fine line between actual gang stalking and someone suffering from a persecution complex, so identifying gang stalking as such must be done with extreme caution.
普通のストーカー行為とは何が違うんですか？
被害を受けてる側からすると、相手の意図や目的、正体すら全くわかんねえんだ。ただ、誰かに行く先々で毎日のように様々な嫌がらせを受けていると感じる。集団ストーカーってのはそういうもんだ。
ただの考えすぎっていう可能性は？
十分にあり得るだろうな。脅迫観念と紙一重だ。俺の場合はそうでもなさそうなんだけどな。ここ数日は相手もかなり直接的な手段に出てきてやがる。
と言いますと？
手を引けって脅迫する匿名の電話が何度かかかってきてな。
For some reason, Bond laughed as he told her that. Yua, however, was frightened and wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to bring her comfort.
それ大丈夫なんですか？
まあ、デカにはよくあることさ。
Upon saying that, Bond immediately stiffened his expression and looked at Yua.
ユアちゃんは最近そんなようなことはないかい？
はい、ないと思います。
身の回りでちょっとでも違和感を覚えることがあったらすぐにおじさんに言ってくれ。ユアちゃんの身の安全を守るのは警察の仕事だからな。
はい。
Having listened to his words, Yua realized she was involved in something far more dangerous than she could have imagined.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
Her voice was a whisper. Her voice a whisper. Remy said something nonsensical. Ignoring what she said, I glanced at the various houses around me. In this place, well rooted in my memories. In this place I couldn't seem to recognize. Houses that should have been there were nowhere to be seen. Houses that should have been there were all I could see. Or shouldn't have been there. The gap, the disparity between that, what I knew in my memories, and the real scenery surrounding me was getting wider and wider. Yelling those thoughts aloud, I desperately denied the despair welling up in my heart. Yeah, there wasn't any gap. Not in the slightest. I'd just taken a wrong turn. This wasn't the right street. It was just a misunderstanding on my part. There was nothing wrong with the world. To think otherwise would be ridiculous. Stumbling my way back down the street I'd come from, I burst into the neighboring alleyway. But just as I feared, between my memories and what I actually saw, something felt out of place. I realized that my entire body was soaked in sweat. My eyes refused to focus and my feet didn't feel well secured to the ground. All those feelings together hit me with an intense wave of nausea.
なんでだよ。ここに僕の家があるのは間違いないんだ。僕はいつもここから小学校にも中学校にも通ってたんだ。小学校にはナナミと手をつないで登校してたし、中学は自転車で。
どこの中学校？
Remy, who had been following me, quietly asked a simple question.
どこって？
なんていう学校？
そんなの決まってるじゃないか、地元の。
It's,
あれ、
I couldn't remember. I'd gone to middle school. I had clear memories of it, but I couldn't remember any of the finer details. It was as if someone or some intense haze was covering my mind. the name of my middle school, which class I'd been part of, or even the name of my homeroom teacher. No specific names came to me.
そんなはずないんだ。ただ忘れてるだけで。
タク、聞いて。あなたの記憶にあるのは、この場所に家があるじゃなくて、この場所に家があるはずっていう思い込み。そうでしょ
My sanity was hanging by a thread.
だって僕はここに来るまでの道は覚えてるんだぞ。おかしいじゃないか。
それは作られた記憶だから。
Stop making that face. Rimi's eyes were pointed straight at the ground and she looked terribly sad. Without looking up at me, she just continued saying the most confusing, nonsensical things. Things that, once again, I didn't understand. Things that were impossible to understand. So I stopped trying.
タクは中学には通ってないの。
わかったぞ。これドッキリでしょ。そうなんでしょ。きっとあれだ。そう、リミとナナミが実は知り合いとかで僕を二人して騙そうとしてるんだ。なんだ。そうかそうか。ビビった。
I tried my best to laugh it off, but Rimi didn't even so much as chuckle.
ごめん。私これからあなたを傷つけることを言わなくちゃ。タク、あなたはね、本来いちゃいけない存在なんだよ。
嘘つくな。
She was just trying to deceive me. Rimi was my enemy, just like all the others.
貼り付けはリミの仕業だな。
If that was true, then what happened at the crime scene when I first met her hadn't been a delusion. The true culprit behind the Nugent wasn't the man that I'd seen on the hospital TV earlier today. It was Rimi. She'd been monitoring me the entire time. She knew I witnessed everything, so she refused to let me out of her sight. Also, I would never tell anyone else what I'd seen. That was the sole reason she bothered staying with me all this time.
君あの時血まみれだった。だから君が犯人だ。
あれはあなたの望んだ妄想。ギガロマニアックスの妄想はね、強すぎる場合時に混じり合うの。妄想がシンクロするんだ。
Calmly, as though she was talking to herself, Rimi spoke. And yet her composure only served to piss me off even more.
少なくともあの時、あの場所では4つの妄想がシンクロしてた。
At least 4 delusions synchronized then.
タクと
yours,
私と
mine,
ニュージェネの犯人と
the Nugent culprits.
信じるもんか。
Before she could continue, I cut her off. I then covered my ears and closed my eyes.
これは妄想だ。そうだよ、妄想なんだ。いつもしているみたいな。
これ以上妄想しちゃダメ。
Ah, man! Can't even get away! My mind, still trying to delude itself, was forcefully ripped back to reality by Rimi's words.
出ないと私、タクを消さなくちゃいけなくなる。
殺すの？
A chill ran down my spine. My perception of Rimi, the girl I thought would save me, was rapidly spiraling. Now she was turning into someone completely unrecognizable to me.
殺すんだな。やっぱり君が殺人犯なんだ。
So why? Why did she look so... biting her lip as she fought back tears, hanging her head down low as she could. It made me hesitant to accuse her of anything. Tell me it's all a lie. Tell me it's all a prank so we can laugh it off. If you do, we can go back to how it used to be between us. I want to go back.
だったら僕は何なの？
ギガロマニアクスの妄想によって作られた人間かな。
Whoa.
バカらしい。僕にはちゃんと記憶があるんだ。中学の頃の細かい記憶は思い出せないけど、忘れちゃっただけで。
あなたが生まれたのは1年半前なの。
A year and a half ago? That would have been when I just started high school.
だったら僕は1歳半の赤ん坊っていうことじゃないか。
Yeah.
バブ言ってなくちゃおかしい。
タクは生まれた瞬間からタクだった。
君がその目で見たって言いたいの？確かに僕らは1年半前から友達だったらしいね。僕は覚えてないけど。
私とあなたが会ったのは1ヶ月前。貼り付けの現場。私はもともと水明の生徒じゃないから。
Remy was a complete schizo. A complete and utter schizo, just like all the others. No!
誰が僕を妄想したの？言ってみてよ。
西条匠くんだよ。
入ったアウト。僕が妄想なんでしょ。その僕が妄想して僕を作ったって矛盾してるじゃないか。はい、論破終了。
Yeah, get owned. Doofy.
それとも君の妄想？君が勝手に作り出した君だけの脳内設定なんでしょ。僕をそれに巻き込まないでよ。
私だってタクには知ってほしくなかった。ここにも来てほしくなかった。もっと強く引き止めればよかったね。
Then, gathering her resolve, Remy raised her head and looked straight at me. Her eyes glimmered with sincerity. It didn't seem like she was lying. She felt entirely genuine.
でもここまで来たら本当のことを知ってもらった方がいいと思う。
But it wasn't the truth. It was a lie. It had to be. Otherwise, my last thread of sanity would snap. Besides, who would ever believe someone who suddenly decided to hit them with, "Oh yeah, BT dubs, you're a delusion."
あなたの行動が他の人の命を削っていくんだって知ってもらった方が。
そうだ。ナナミは僕が妄想だったら僕と血がつながってるナナミも両親も妄想ってこと？そんなの無茶苦茶。
ナナちゃんはいるよ。
Whoa, okay. From the way Remy talked about her, it was almost as if she knew her.
ナナミを誘拐したのは君なの？
似たようなものかもね。私はタクを守ることに気を取られすぎてナナちゃんが狙われる可能性を考えてなかった。私は誘拐犯のこと知ってる。
She really was a demon girl. I was right. I'd always been right. Remy was the one who wanted to be on my side, and even though I'd always believed that, there had always been more than enough reasons to doubt her. And yet, even so, I'd feigned ignorance and simply trusted that she'd keep her promise to stay by my side. But despite all that, just like Yua, Remy was...
君も僕を裏切るんだね。
そうだね。私はタクを裏切った。隠し事たくさんしてた。ごめんね。私のこと恨んでいいよ。
謝られたって僕は信じない。信じられない。
Despite my words It was impossible for me to prove that I was real. All the supernatural things I'd seen up until now flashed through my mind. And that's when I knew I couldn't just laugh off the words as some insane asspull. As I thought that, Rimi slowly began to approach me and then embraced me. Taken completely by surprise, I surrendered myself to her. I could feel her warmth. She had saved me. She'd saved my soul. She taught me nothing but kindness. And now, despite being in the center of her embrace, her warmth could not have felt more distant.
そろそろ行かなきゃ。
行くって、どこへ？
ナナちゃんをさらった誘拐犯のところ。
Oh, okay.
決着つけなくちゃいけないの。ナナちゃんのことも他のこともこのままだとタクも守りきれないし。
そんなの無責任だ。僕にここまでひどいこと言っておいて逃げるの。
Rimi started inching away from me, one step and then another. Slowly, she distanced herself.
戻ってくるから。タクは部屋にいて。そしたらまた一緒にいろいろ楽しいお話ししよう。あなたはあそこにいてもいいんだよ。
Such a gentle tone. Even though she had said all those cruel things, why was she still being so nice to me?
でも一つだけ約束。もう妄想はしない。
No more delusions! What?
タクの妄想力はとっても強いから。妄想すればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
何を？
それじゃあまた明日。
Oh, oops.
石。
Maybe picking green all the time wasn't a good idea. Rimi stuck a pose, saluting me with the most unnatural smile on her face. Could not have been more forced. Ah! And only a moment later, from her eyes, quiet tears began to fall. Rimi frantically turned her back to me, and as her shoulders started to tremble, she ran away. And I, having been left behind in a stupor, sank helplessly to my knees.
本物の僕ってなんだよ。僕は偽物じゃない。
All color vanished from the world. All hope I'd once had was gone. My very existence had been denied. There was no meaning in me being here. Not even my death held any meaning. Rimi had left me, leaving behind a meaningless husk. She was my enemy. She deceived me. And now, having said her piece, she had probably lost her final remaining reason to be with me.
戻ってくるはずない。
Rimi had abandoned me. But of course she had. I was a delusionary existence, according to her. A monster. Hee. Forget it. I didn't care anymore. With no willpower to even stand up, I just stayed there, still unable to organize my thoughts, incapable of crying due to the sheer shock. The twilight wind robbed me of all warmth, and the very little that remained of Rimi's faded completely. As I looked up at the sky for no particular reason, I gazed at the sunset. A sunset that had almost completely eroded, almost been completely eroded by the dark of night. Okay. Save. We gotta stop. Woo! Okay. See, stuff's happening. Why? That's why there's more chapters to explain it. But my friends, that's it. That's all for tonight. We will reconvene in a month from now to continue the story. Because it won't be next week, because I won't be here. No, I will be here, but it's probably not going to happen next week. I'll be gone like Thursday through Monday of the not the immediate next, the week after. It's hard. My week starts on a Wednesday, so it's confusing to explain. But I don't know. I don't know when it's gonna happen. I'll let you know, Chaos Head enthusiast. But that's it for me. Thanks for being here. I'll see you tomorrow for whatever, because I didn't make a schedule this week. But I hope you enjoyed this Chaos Head stream. Hope the next one won't be too far off, because I'll probably forget everything that happened. Bye! Now wait! Before I go, a big thank you to the Ko-fi supporters. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. If you enjoy the stream, consider checking out my Ko-fi. !Ko-fi will get you a link to it. Trying to hit Partner Plus this month. If you enjoy the stream, consider subscribing. I'm really close to the goal. We're like 2/3 of the way there. A little over, I think. And there's still like a week left. So if you ever thought about subscribing now, it would help out a ton. This is the last month I need of 3. And then I can stop focusing on it for a while. Also, if you want to see old streams, !archive will get you a link to the archive. But that's it. That's all the things. Thanks for being here. I'll see you soon. Bye, friends.